Hello, everybody. This is Megan Fox with the Megan Fox channel. How are you today? I'm 100% for real Megan Fox, just like Amber Heard was 100% a real hurt by Johnny Depp. Yes. And so we're going to be running the channel today and having fun with this trial. Thank you, Tree Goblin. Oh, I'm not John. This is definitely not John. This is Megan Fox, everybody. This is the Megan Fox show.
Good morning. All right. Welcome, everybody. I am taking over for Megan Fox today. I think she actually is around and might say hi for the morning for a little bit here. But we have a trial to cover. I woke up bright and early on the West Coast here. You East Coast people have it real easy. Let me tell you this. It is 5:41 a.m. here in sunny California. Whew. And it's rough getting up for this, I got to tell you. But we got to do what we got to do for fun. We got to do what we got to do for the show. And the show must go on all the time. And it was a little too early for me even to do that impression. Oh my gosh. I'm trying my best. I got my first cup of coffee for the day, my friends. If you watch my channel, I'm also simulcasting this on my channel. You know what this is. Delightful. All right. 7:41 in Texas. Hi, Tess Parker. Welcome. Hi, Roland. Hey, JV, Drake, Ralu, Alta. Welcome, Kelly from Louisiana. How you doing? Tina, welcome. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun today. Let's pull up some streams. Let's see if they got anything on a feed just yet. All right, the feed's got some outside. Let's turn the sound off real quick and pull this up for you guys. Hello from the UK. How you doing? All right. So everybody is dutifully waiting outside of the Johnny Depp trial right now and doing their thing. We'll get back to that as we notice it. My name is Jon Del Arroz. I am a #1 best-selling author and award-winning comic creator. If you guys are not familiar with me, I spend most of my time covering culture on my YouTube channel. And I've got a Kickstarter up, so I might as well just talk to you about that real quick. We're trying to do things on an independent level. Of course, I would love to have Amber Heard star in a leading role. No. I would not, my friends. But I do have a Kickstarter, and I have a beautiful leading role right here that I would not have Amber Heard star as. And my book's called Overmind. Thank you for the super sticker, Tess Parker. I appreciate it. All right. And what we got here is a wonderful science fiction story. You know, we have like Aquaman superhero movies. Maybe one day somebody will make one out of this one too. We have some beautiful stuff where we have a beautiful girl fighting against some space pirates, against artificial intelligence, bringing things back to like that classic 50s sci-fi style. And we're having fun with this. So since I write both books and comics, I've got a comic and a book. So if you would like either one of those things, go check it out today. I'll put this in the comments. I think this can broadcast all the comments here. Here we are. And, oh, wow. I've got control of Megan's comments. This is amazing. This is unlimited power, my friends. I can literally post as Megan. Wow. To Facebook, too. How cool is this? All right. I can't believe she gave me this kind of power. But that's me. And we're having a lot of fun. We've been crushing it so far. I can't believe how good of a launch we've had. This is actually our best to date. And that's me in a nutshell. So I hope you check it out. Change her profile pic. I could. I really could. Hi from Australia, Linda. How you doing? I was going to try to get up and watch the French Open. I'm a big tennis fan, but I think it's make her profile pic a Saturn logo. That's bringing it back. You guys love Saturn's back over mine today. Thank you, Drake. Yeah, that's my book. Appreciate the support. Whew. All right, so we got closing comments today, which is exciting. I still got this stream up at 8:30 sticker going on. And let's see. Court starts at 9. That's a better ticker to have, don't you think? All right. Yeah, it's time for this to end. It's time for the charade of Amber Heard's defense to end. It's been, everybody I've talked to, I've gone out, just in the wild and talking to the people. Everyone I talk to thinks Amber Heard is just a desperate liar. And seeing that, I'm talking to random moms out at my kids' pizza party last night for their little league that's over. Even just random people, all are on the same page. This is really the great uniting thing that's brought us together as a people. We may disagree on a lot of stuff, but everybody agrees Amber Heard sucks. And I just can't see this going a way with this jury differently than the people think. I mean, it seems overwhelming. And it seems like the witnesses that I've seen, at least on their side, really are flubbing. It seems like that her attorney is just asking the same questions and not ingratiating themselves to the audience at all. So we'll see. You never know. That's the thing. You never know. I've been shocked before, but I'm hoping we won't be shocked today. That'd be the best if we weren't shocked today. Justice was done here. Poor Johnny. Whew. Good morning. Good morning for everybody who's just tuning in. Again, we are just following the coverage outside of the trial right now. Seems like the fans are eagerly awaiting. I don't know which they're waiting to see outside the court here. But we're having some fun. I'm drinking my coffee, trying to wake up here on the West Coast. I don't usually get up this early, my friends. But I do it for you. I do it for Megan. That's really what it is. Oh my gosh. Good stuff. This looks like Timple's Chicken City. Good comments. I hope Gadfly drops by today. I like Gadfly quite a bit. Maybe play a little Camille for fun here. If you guys haven't heard him, he makes parody songs. Yeah, 5 a.m. does suck, Amanda. Thank you for sympathizing with me. Let's have a little fun while we're waiting. Listen to some music. We don't have to talk. Yes.
I fell in love last night. I saw an angel dressed in white. Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in his sides.
Beautiful.
But don't look in his sides. I know that this is the end. The money ran and so did all the friends.
Everybody loves Camille. Everybody.
You understand. Brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Let the lights go back down. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition. It's boring you if you wanna be alright.
he did an amazing job with this song.
You put the demon flame out, we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. Sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Camille, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. Camille, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Camille, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Camille, brighten up the
What a
room
song.
wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home.
Oh my gosh, that was fun. Gadfly's amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, let's see what's going on outside the courthouse here. It looks like somebody's arriving. For those who just joined, I'm Jon Del Arroz, the leading Hispanic voice in science fiction. #1 best-selling author, award-winning comic creator. I've got a bunch of my stuff on Amazon, but today I'm promoting my book Overmind, which is on Kickstarter. I would appreciate if you like our trial coverage, please share this out. If you know anybody who likes comics, tell them to go grab this. I would appreciate it. And hello to everybody watching on my YouTube channel. I was able to simulcast this, which is fun. Pretty happy about that. I wasn't sure if that was going to be the case. And I do a bunch of cultural commentary on stuff, mostly covering nerd culture. Are you allowed to say nerd anymore? I don't know. So if you like that, you can go if you like me at all, you can go subscribe over there. I appreciate it. And of course, subscribe to Megan if you're new here. Megan's great. All right, what do we got in the trial? Is there anything going on sound-wise yet? Nothing. There's no sound. Oh, man. What do we got here? Nothing yet. All right. Once there's sound, I'll let you guys know. Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? Yeah, I think did I already finish my first cup of coffee? No, I'm almost done though. I'm gonna have to run to the coffee machine, grab some more coffee. What do we think about the outcome? Just from hearing everybody, I mean, like I was mentioning a few minutes ago, everybody I've talked to just out in the wild about this at all sides with Johnny. And so it's really the great thing that's bringing our country together here in America. But I can't see how it could go another way. But, with these trials, you just don't know. I've seen some wild stuff where you just are like, what was the jury thinking? And I hope that's not the case here. I mean, based on the jury body language, I think it's got to go Johnny's way. And based on what, like I said, just everybody seeming to come to the same conclusion, which is really, really unusual. I mean, we are a very divided nation on everything, and it seems like it does just break down oddly on some weird party lines or something like that. But if everybody's together on something, it just seems like it's overwhelming. At least we can hope justice will be done here. Cider Hype, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Warner Brothers has recast Aquaman's Mira with Johnny Depp. I know. Well, we've recast Megan Fox right now.
Hi, this is Megan Fox. I'm doing as good of a job as Amber Heard does as acting. Yes. Damages to me are at least worth $15 million because I'm as good of an actor as Chris Pine. Yes. Chris Pine got paid, so I should get paid too. I know he's Captain Kirk and an A-list actor, but I'm basically the same.
Gosh. All right. Momoa says he's never been happier to be a leaguer. Cavill is reportedly mad jealous. Hashtag so legit. Thank you. That's very funny. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Funny stuff. We have Stephanie Kimbrell. How you doing, my friend?
Hi.
What's
Sorry,
going on?
I'm just getting my coffee. Can't wait for
Me
this. I
too.
can't wait.
Cheers. Do you want me to pretend to be Megan for you too?
Yes, Megan said that my microphone is terrible, and I apologize to everyone. I'm so sorry.
I think you sound great.
Really,
So,
she talks
yeah.
about boomer technology. I'm the worst. I am the worst. So I'm sorry to everyone. But don't you guys think it would be fun if Johnny just said to his lawyers, "You guys are fabulous. You've done an amazing job. I'm going to do the closing."
That'd be great. Get a nice actor out there to give one of those like rousing speeches like you see in a movie. You can make this like a literal movie.
It would be
Yes.
incredible. And the best part is it would bait Amber into doing her own closing, which would be a complete and total disaster because she would overact.
That'd be great.
Wouldn't that
Oh,
be
man.
great?
Oh, I'd laugh so hard. That'd really make for a great Netflix biopic after this too.
Oh,
so
There should
you got to
be
think
one.
about that.
There should
Yeah.
be one. For sure. People cannot stop watching this. It's riveting.
Oh, I love this. He should do the closing as Captain Jack. Oh, that'd be amazing.
Oh,
Yes.
that would be hilarious. So I was in court the other day, and my client says to me, I have a son who works out in Hollywood. He's met Johnny Depp actually a couple of times. And, we were talking about how it's so bizarre, this entire storyline about Amber. And it made us think about that zombie movie she was in, where she did this really convincing fight scene. And I thought, oh, that's hilarious. I haven't seen any clips of anybody like pointing out that was her best acting ever. And why would that be her best acting ever? Maybe because
As it was a stunt double.
Maybe because she's
Oh.
truly a scrappy fighter. Like she does
Ooh.
stuff like that. Maybe
That's
she's
true. Let's
convincing in that role.
well, let's see. She's
I
done a
don't
lot
watch
of little
zombie
bits.
movies, so I wouldn't know.
What was the zombie movie she was in? Let me look at her IMDb since this is
I don't know.
since
There's-
court's boring right now.
There's
Nothing's
some
happening.
zombie movie fight scene that she was in.
Let's see. Well, she's still in a bunch of stuff here.
I
Justice
sent the
League,
clip.
Stand.
I sent the clip to Megan. I think I texted it to her.
You have a clip. Can you put it in the private
Yeah, let me
chat here
see.
in the background?
Well, okay, here we go again with the boomer
Then I'll
technology.
try to,
We'll try. Hold
Let
on.
me try.
Hold on.
Zombie movie. I don't see any Zombieland. Oh, she was in Zombieland. Wow. I didn't know that. Yeah, there you are. The chat knew. Chat knew before I knew. The chat knows all. Oh, she was just literally a background zombie. It's amazing.
Yeah, forget it. I can't find it.
There's a clip of her apparently as in Zombieland, huh? We'll probably get copyright struck for that anyway.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
right.
We don't want to deal with that.
No. Poor Megan. That's
Hmm.
kind of stuff that's happening to her all the time.
Well, that's the name of YouTube here, especially when you get a big audience like this. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Hit that like and subscribe button. We much appreciate you here. Stephanie. So are you Megan's sister? Is that the whole
Yeah.
deal? Oh,
Yes,
cool.
Sister, she has two sisters. There are three of us. And as a special surprise for all of Megan's viewers, here's our mother.
Oh wow, Megan's mom.
Yeah.
The legend. She gave birth to
Wow.
a legend.
We need
Yes.
we need Gadfly to do a song. Megan's mom has got it going on. You know.
Totally. Where is Gadfly, by the way? What is he doing? Sleeping in?
I think he said he was like out somewhere.
Oh, he's traveling.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
So he's
I'm
gonna pop in.
I'm traveling today too, but I'm going to be with you guys for a couple hours before we go.
We appreciate that. I don't like running streams by myself. It makes me sad inside. As much as I love the chat, I like having somebody to actually like go back and forth with. It's very useful to me.
Yeah, it's
So.
easier to have a conversation
Yeah.
other than
Especially in
just
the
with
morning.
yourself.
I might
Right.
make you have a conversation with yourself for a second if you'd be willing, so I could go grab a second cup of coffee because I want to have as much caffeine as possible to
Sure.
get hyped for this.
Absolutely.
All right.
Get hyped.
Let's I'll put this back on for you, and I'll be right back, my friends. And I'll just put a
Okay.
beautiful picture of Megan up so you can
Good
pretend
idea.
that I'm Megan. Oh, let me put my name as Megan too. Hold on. That way people get confused. when they come in. All right, Stephanie, the show is yours.
Okay, so this is so exciting. I can't wait to see what happens here. I know the judge said
I can't leave now.
Oh no, here she comes. She's going to start right off the bat. You know she is.
Do we have any matters before the jury comes out? That's what I like to hear. Okay, fantastic. Let me just take a minute to get my computer up, Lisa.
Oh, that's my minute so I can go get a coffee.
All right, quick, get your coffee.
Just also, I did, for the ones that are going to go back to the jury, I did take off the Depp and Heard on the title, so it just has the numbers on the jury instructions, okay? Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Here they come. I am thinking that if Johnny Depp's team is smart, they will not take the entire 2 hours for a closing statement. That would be insane. They should get it done in 40 minutes tops, maybe less. Pick up the most important evidence and hammer home the most important stuff. And then don't bore the jury with all that other stuff. It's too much. No one wants to listen to more than 40 minutes of a closing statement. Unless Johnny does it himself, and then people would watch for the whole 2 hours, I think. But then can you imagine Amber doing her own statement for 2 hours? Oh, that terrible acting and all that sighing and all that crazy fake facial expressions for 2 hours. Who could stand it? Definitely not. That would be terrible. So maybe I'm taking it back. Maybe I hope Johnny doesn't do his own closing.
Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Timing.
Good morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay? Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right, as to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them, but I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and the letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact.
This is going to go
Therefore,
on
the court
very
must instruct
long.
you, the jury, on the
Did you guys
applicable
see how
law
thick
under
that
both the
pack of
plaintiff's and the
paper
defendant's
was?
theory of the case, okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law.
Yeah, I'd be scared
Our
too.
system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number two, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number three, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number four, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number five, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number six, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number seven, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up.
Judge is giving
Got
instructions.
their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number two, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number three, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number four, are any of the statements false? Number five, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number six, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. Number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice.
Was Amber
If
picking her
Mr.
nose
Depp
there?
failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you
I
shall
wasn't
find your verdict for
watching,
Ms.
did she
Heard with
really?
respect to the above statement.
No, she was just scratching, I think. But yeah.
You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that,
Be
number
totally
1,
fair, the
Adam
hair is
Waldman,
pretty
while acting as
today.
an agent for
Nice
Mr.
hair.
Depp, made or published the
You
following
like the
statement.
hair. The
Amber
chat doesn't
Heard
like
and
the
her
hair.
friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations
doesn't
as
like
both
the
a sword
hair?
and a shield,
Chat doesn't
depending
like the
on their
hair.
needs. They have selected some of her sexual
Mom
violence
likes the hair.
facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication.
That is Game of Thrones hair.
In
You're
determining
right.
whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation.
When they do these jury
In
instructions,
determining whether
but
any
they
of Mr.
insist
Waldman's
on
statements
doing
are
it.
false and defamatory,
Yeah,
you must
it's
read those
a
statements
lot of
in context
instructions,
as a
and
whole.
she's talking
This
way
means you may not
fast.
seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one
Probably most of
particular
the people on
statement,
the
phrase,
jury
or
have no
passage
idea
in
what she's saying.
isolation. Both parties have the
I have
burden
no
of
idea what
proving
she's
actual
saying.
malice
I'm
by
not being
clear
rude
and
by
convincing
saying that. I'm
evidence.
just-
To meet
this
this
is
burden, each
complicated
party must
stuff,
prove
and
by
you need
clear
time
and
to
convincing
think about
evidence
it
that each
and
statement
read
was
it and
made or
consider it.
published,
No
number
one is-
1,
no one is
with knowledge
taking
that the
all of this
statement was
in.
false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has permanently reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements.
There's at least a few
hours. You must
hours.
remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority
Judge is still reading
normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you are not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you're not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony.
They get written
Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence.
with this many
If you believe
things
from
on
the
top
case
of
that a
each other,
witness
forget
other
it.
than Mr.
Don't you
Depp or
think,
Ms.
Sean?
Heard previously made a
Yeah,
statement
you can't. I
inconsistent
mean, I can't
with his or
even
her testimony at this
follow
trial,
along with
the
this.
only purpose for which that statement may be considered
I know,
by
I've been
you is
reading
its
the
bearing
law
on the
for
witness's
25 years,
credibility.
no longer.
It is not
and
evidence
I
that what the
have
witness
no idea what she's talking
previously
about
said
most
was true.
of the time.
Right.
It's
If you
rough.
believe from the
fast.
evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a
We're on
statement
page 1000
inconsistent
of
with her or
75,000.
his
Yeah.
testimony at this trial, that previous
Guarantee
statement
you
may
the
be
jury
considered
is
by you
zoned
as
out.
evidence that
They are
what
not
Ms. Heard
listening
or
to
Mr.
this.
Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business. Number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering. Number three, any injury to his or her reputation. And number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's
It's only
statements
6
were
a.m. here,
published.
Gadfly. It's a disaster for me
The
listening
burden is
to
on the
this.
party
Oof.
seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
Finally. Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Camille's doing it?
Oh, Camille's doing it. Yeah,
Yes.
that's good.
That
They
was
said
white dress
yesterday was
today.
going to be 2 and 2, so I think she's doing at least half of it.
And she's wearing
man.
white again, looking fab.
Oh my god!
I would simp for Camille like 100%.
I think
Look
she's
at her.
I
She
think
looks-
she's the hottest woman in the room.
She looks beautiful.
There you go. You got it. I think so.
Little
Nope,
peplum
you had it for a
skirt,
second.
so feminine, so beautiful. Amber's gonna hate this. Oh,
Oh yeah.
Good morning. Thank you.
she's so gorgeous.
Try that again. Good morning. On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp. And in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp.
Yes.
Today, on May 27th,
I'm about to cry.
2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back. by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez.
Hi,
On
Camille.
behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016 also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see.
You got this, Camille.
Maybe she's waiting for them to put up an exhibit or something.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Looks like
2
it.
years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face standing outside the courthouse, and they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp.
Ooh.
And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused.
Yes.
As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser.
Because so many aren't.
She never thought she would never.
She just said that wrong.
The supposed mountain of evidence vetted.
She said
She
face
never
her
thought
abuser.
that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury,
Oh,
and the
yeah.
world, that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
Fortunately, they know what she means.
Tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. I'm Johnny Depp, and I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side.
This is full on harpy mode.
Oh my.
In this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp.
Give
During
me a
that
lighter. I need
statement,
to set
we
something on
promised to
fire.
you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
They can also be charming and likable, but
Yep.
they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Don Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship.
I wish
That
we could
Mr.
get a
Depp
full screen
suffered
on Camille.
persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw
Yeah,
the
'cause
girl
he's
text
smart.
messages he would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day, and he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp, scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You're such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap,
That's
but I was
nuts.
hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
Ooh, this is the scary one.
No, I'm sure she's.
I played glass. It's so disgusting.
She's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you give me some
No.
of the best performances. and
No,
they are
you're
fucking
right.
trash.
I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance. No, I'm right. I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't-
else are you? Oh, come on.
I don't
Be
regret.
good.
No, I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things you want to
I
add?
can't talk to
You
you
fucking
anytime
lying
like
people.
Bobby
You
does.
what? Oh,
Very
no,
good
I
show.
want to know. I want
Get out of your Uber
I'm
job.
kind of waiting. Go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in.
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 1,500 houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away.
This is the real Miss Heard, the one in the audio recordings,
Demonic.
not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Miss Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Miss Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Miss Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Miss Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Miss Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Miss Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Miss Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed. Miss Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Miss Heard. He was done. And when Miss Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Miss Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Miss Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom, but you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine, but somehow these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
More exhibits coming.
In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money, but she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. After the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative.
Lies
on lies.
Binders full of lies.
This is a great closing so far.
My only criticism is I wish she wasn't
And
reading
actually,
so
there were all
much.
kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this. And then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization.
I bet you she made that up right there.
It's her in a lie. She tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears. while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal: Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping.
Elaine is pulling at her collar right now. That is not a good sign. She's like, ugh.
Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
Show the scalp. Pull out
Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one.
Show the photo that she claimed.
Ms. Heard
His rings
testified
in the
to an
face.
incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
Here it comes. Perfect face. Perfect, wicked face.
Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
It's all right to remind the jury that the knife was there. That's good. She gave him the knife too. Oh, there's her perfect face. Whacked in the face repeatedly with rings.
Broken, bloody nose. There's
You
her broken, bloody nose.
dirty, dirty, lying savage.
Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
Don't be
Ms. Heard
scared.
testified
It'll
that
be
in
fine.
January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
No bruises, Megan.
I don't see any.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had two black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows,
Smirking.
and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed.
I love how she's
And
using
that
their
picture
own
fails to capture the bloody
exhibits.
pillows.
No bloody anything.
And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day.
She is just an unrepentant, brazen liar.
Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to?
Nope.
Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep.
Try to cry, Amber. Try to cry.
The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name, but they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th.
Photoshop
And the very
faker.
next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face. The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence, weight of that evidence shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
Goodbye, Camille.
Chu is really, really good. This is going to be good. Stephanie, I know you were saying
Thank you, Camille. Logistics are not our
that
strong suit.
you didn't like that she was reading, and I don't think
Thanks
Chu
to all
will.
of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth. And to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping. And he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That Ms. Sure.
Wait, you can object.
This is really rare. It's very rare that people object during closing argument.
Extremely rare and also rude.
Very, very rude. And what he's probably doing here is really trying to throw him off his pacing.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that
the judge told him to buzz off.
pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what you testified to.
Exactly
we
what
just
you
discussed that.
Holy crap.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This judge needs to hold him in contempt.
Damn.
Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them. She has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Miss Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allegations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, me too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marx testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything, and she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Gadfly in the house.
Ms. Heard, as you all can see
On the
on
streets.
the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipsis, unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights, unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, a public figure representing abuse. And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it? Some of it's hard to read, so maybe Tom might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation.
Bankrupt her, jury.
But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money, nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form.
Literally writing 2
And while
articles right
Tom's
now. Johnny
pulling that
wins
up, let's
and Johnny
take
loses.
question 2.
We'll see which one gets published.
Thank you. Were the statements about...
That is diligence to journalism right
Yes.
there.
2 points here. One,
Some
when the
inside baseball for
ACLU
you.
pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this. They pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can. Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard, and it's come forward in this case, shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living with them for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break. at this time. Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back. So do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
All right.
Break time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Megan Fox with pjmedia.com, and I'm back, and my afternoon appointment's canceled, so I'm here for the rest of the afternoon. So that was great. I would say that closing argument but split between Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez was extremely good. It was not too long. I didn't time it. Did anybody time it? It was definitely not 2 hours.
It was not
right?
it was under 2 hours. It looked like about let's see when they start this. Camille started about an hour 15. It was about an hour 15, it looks like.
All right, that was smart because most people's attention span can only go for about 45 minutes, which is why high school classes are only about 45 minutes long because you lose people after 45 minutes. An hour and 15 is only 30 minutes past. That's not too bad. Plus, they broke it up between Camille and Ben Chu. So you got like a new, when Ben steps up to the microphone, you get like a new sense of, ooh, now I'm more interested because there's somebody else coming up. And I was actually really happy to see Ben Chu do some of this close as well, because he's a very seasoned litigator. He is their lead counsel on the case. And I thought he laid it out really well. Now I missed a little bit at the end there because I had to take a phone call because my appointment getting canceled. So what were your thoughts, guys?
I thought it was very emotional. It was very poignant. Playing those clips of Amber sounding absolutely crazy was clutch because you can feel just like demonic energy from that lady when she starts talking. And just having that in there is a stark reminder of just how awful the abuse that Johnny Depp endured really is.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, there were people in the chat at that time saying, I can't listen to this again, that cackling and it makes me sick. It makes me cry. It makes me triggered. I agree. Like, I hope I never hear that recording again. Any of those recordings. I hope we can delete them from the internet because nobody should have to hear that. Sean, what did you think of the closing arguments?
I thought it was great. I mean, it was really, really, really great. Camille's emotional presentation was perfect. Only a woman could do that. Again, only a good-looking, height, weight, proportionate woman could do that. And then Ben's going through the jury instructions, very methodically. That was great. They did a really good job.
The chat's a little upset that nobody mentioned she admitted on the stand yesterday that she wrote the article and she meant it to be about him and his power. Do you think the jury just got that inference yesterday? Do you think they caught that, Gadfly?
Ben said that. He said yesterday. She said that in her words.
He did say it. You heard it. I had to take a call, so I must have missed it. All right, so the chat, you must have missed it.
He said it quickly, but he did say it. I mean, and she in yesterday. Can you guys hear me okay, by the way? Because I'm on the road. So.
No, you sound fine.
Okay. So in the cross yesterday, she did say that, but she said it in a way that her side could argue that she was saying in part by Johnny. So I think Ben did a good job to not hammer that home too much, because if they did bring up the testimony, then you could frame it in a way that was different. So I think to not give them any ammo is probably the best way to go.
Yeah, that's a good point you're making there. I also thought one of the parts that stood out to me was her saying, oh God, I just had a train derailment. My thought went right out of my head. I'm trying to think what it was. Well, Sean, I'm sure you had some. What was your favorite part of that close? I'm sure you have some.
Oh, my favorite part of the close was really when Camille was going through all the times in which she lied. When she came right out and she said that, there is an abuser in this room, right? And it's not Johnny Depp.
That's memorable. That's memorable. Yeah.
That was great. That there is a victim in this room. Right.
And it's not Amber Heard. That was good.
I even liked the fact that she screwed up a little bit when she said that Amber Heard never anticipated that she would have to face her abuser. She literally, screwed the words up.
Yeah.
And the chat started talking about that, and I was like, I think the jury's just going to, overlook that. They're not going to go, well, clearly you just screwed everything up. I think she did.
They will.
I think she did just, a really, really rock solid job. I'm sitting here watching this trial, and the way these lawyers are going about it, and I'm thinking ahead to the fact that I'm going to have to do the same thing, hopefully in a couple of years. And it's largely a template. She's going through.
All right, I'm going to take my kids to school on the break. I'm sorry to break this up. So, but I just have to do that. I'll be right back.
All right.
She claims that she suffered this abuse, right? There's no photograph of it. She claims that she was violently raped with a whiskey bottle. There's no photograph of it. She's got photographs of Johnny abusing cabinets, but there's no photographs of all of this other stuff. I mean, it's just, I think she just really locked onto, without having to say it, that the idea that a person in today's society would say, I'm a hidden victim of domestic violence, please believe me based on my oral testimony alone, and I have no real photographic evidence of any of it, it just rings hollow. I think she did a great job.
Yeah, I agree. And I also thought what stood out to me when Ben Chu said, this is Me Too without any Me Too. That's headline worthy. I'm probably going to work it into my headline. That was a fantastic, memorable line. And it also, I loved what he said about how there are victims, or maybe it was Camille, there are victims of this story. There are people who have this story. She is not one of them. This is not her story. I thought that was very powerful, very important. And guys, I wrote a new article last night about how stupid it was for them to put Amber Heard back on the stand yesterday because she got absolutely destroyed. Clickety click. It's in the comments for you. I just put it there. Clickety click. Help me out. If you can't buy merch, if you can't send a super sticker or a super chat, you can go clickety click on that article, and that helps me out. Doesn't cost you a dime. And you did really well on that yesterday, by the way. My other article was like flying high with the numbers. So good job on that. Click and share, especially all over Facebook. That's where they go viral. And I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. Another thing that stood out to me was using her own photographs. I said, if I were doing this close, I would just put all of her photographs up in front of the jury and say, show me the bruise, show me the wound that she describes in her highly exaggerated nonsense fairy tales. Show me on her own evidence where this is, because I can't see it. Can you? And she did basically do that. She basically showed the defense's own evidence. And I'm sorry, that is so devastating to their case. The only one I wish she had put up that she didn't was the scalp picture, which I have right here handy for you to look at, because Gadfly and I took pictures of our scalps too to compare. The one on the far left is Amber Heard's scalp that she claimed was pussy and bloody and missing hair. All we see is pasty, Caucasian, normal-looking scalp, just like ours. I mean, her evidence was so bad. So I think that they did a great job with that. I think that they did show her evidence as their own evidence, that there's no there. Gadfly, what are your thoughts on what were your favorite parts?
I agree. I mean, they've been doing that the whole case, being like, let's pull up defendant's exhibit, blah 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 blah, and show why it's so wrong. And I think that's the best argument you can make, because it's not even you trying to frame anything. You're like this is what they're showing you. And it sucks. I did a very fun thing last night and went over to Pro Amber Twitter. And I perused what everyone was saying over there. And it was a great time. I will say they were also getting eviscerated as much as Amber was on the stand. But literally none of them have watched the trial, apparently. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. So everybody who is defending her actually admits, I haven't watched much of this trial. And it's like, then shut your damn pie hole.
Well, that's their easy way out, right? I mean, it's their easy way. It's their easy way to stay inside their little bubble that every woman is a victim, every man is an abuser, and you must believe them every single time they come forward. you know, the easiest way to do that is just to avoid the reality and avoid the evidence.
This is just, yeah. And I guess, so anybody who, and then I get insulted that people are doing this, by the way, because I feel like I've dedicated the last 6 weeks of my life like I'm a juror at this thing. I am watching every minute, every second, and I'm trying to the best, and we're all here trying to the best of our ability to separate fact from fiction and to be very careful about what we are saying about what we're seeing. I mean, it's not like we're not trying. I didn't start out in this thing thinking, I mean, I was kind of pro Johnny because I had already heard the tapes, right? Because I wrote about it in 2020. So I knew that her story wasn't adding up, but I was trying to keep an open mind. I'm like, okay, when her case is presented, I'm going to look at what they present. And if I see evidence that this man abused her, I'm going to have to change my mind. But nothing they put forward did that. Nothing. So
No.
I feel like we've been very careful, and
Right.
we've all been trying. And I know, Gadfly, you too. You were like, I'm waiting for the opportunity here to believe her. I'm looking for it. I'm trying to believe her. We just couldn't do it. We just.
She had some relatable moments. To be fair.
Sure.
Right? But, you know, yeah, again, back to your point, I just don't, you know, there's a lot of people in this country that are just really locked into what they believe. And anything that counters that belief system, they're simply not willing to acknowledge. And, you know, I think that's a lot of what you're seeing here.
Yeah, and I've tried to, you know, like play devil's advocate a few times and try to get in the head of like a juror that would go into it thinking, well, there's no way that this woman would carry on this lie for this long. You know what I mean? Just like if they had that mindset and going in and trying to see what would convince them that Amber's lying or convince them that Johnny's lying. And I don't see a way to not come to the conclusion that Amber is, the best that I could say if I was playing Amber's side is that Amber would constantly hit Johnny and maybe he like slapped her once or something like that. That's the best case scenario that I could go for her defense. But as far as the evidence that's been shown, there's no evidence of that.
Yeah,
I'm just going off of what I would think my mindset might be if someone's talking to me like that possessed demon. So I have no idea.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I will be, now I've written 2 articles ready to go on PJ Media where I've written one for Johnny wins and one for Johnny loses.
Just like General Eisenhower.
Yeah, you know, you have to, because in order to be on top of these things, because you want to be out there as soon as it happens. Jury verdicts are always this way. You have to be prepared to write one way or the other. So I don't normally write 2. I normally write 1 and I leave room to add a paragraph about something. But in this case, I decided, no, I'm going to have 2 different opinions on this if he wins versus if he loses. So I wrote 2. And I've never done that before. It's been a kind of a surreal thing for me to do that. But it turned out that my Johnny loses article actually is better than my Johnny wins one. Isn't that funny? So I'm now starting to think that if he loses the defamation, it's not going to make any difference. He has won his credibility back. He has won his reputation back. And that's all he wanted. We have heard nothing that will change our minds at this point. She's an unrepentant, brazen liar. And we can prove it with just the LA Children's Hospital story alone. If that was the only thing that she did, she went around in the press telling, we have her on camera, I donated the entire $7 million. I wanted nothing, only to find out that she did not do any such thing, and that she left sick and dying children sitting there in the LA Children's Hospital without the donation that she promised. Forever, Amber Heard will be a brazen and unrepentant liar. And that's never going to change, no matter what this jury says.
Yeah, and I think that one of the best things Camille did was point out the double standard that's in everyone's brain, because it's just kind of inherently built in. Where she said that if you heard Johnny Depp telling Amber, "I did not punch you, I was hitting you," what would your reaction be?
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, you wouldn't listen to a person that's saying something like that.
No, you wouldn't. Blah says, oops, I hit the wrong one. Blah says, Megan, can you use JD insults in that poetic voice? I did it yesterday. I did a poetry reading of Johnny's text message about the fish market. We had jazz music and everything. So if you want to hear me do that, it's on yesterday's broadcast towards the end, in the last hour somewhere. If you want to find that, I did do it. I had to censor myself a little bit because I was not about to say the C word. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't.
There's a lot of C words these days, but I know what you're talking about.
You know which one I'm talking about. Yeah.
But yeah, and I think that you were right about them splitting it up. I think that definitely kept people's attention. I think that the judge lost everyone going over those instructions, but that happens, I suppose.
I think that was supposed to happen, to tell you the truth. I think the whole point was to bore the jury to death so that they will pay attention on cross. You don't want to start your cross first thing in the morning and they're tired and sleepy and yawning still. You want to bore them out of their minds and then make them sit up when Camille comes up. And I'm sure that's what happened. I want to hear what the guys in the courtroom are saying. We'll hear that afterwards, I'm sure. And yeah, so
the judge is required to read those instructions,
right?
Yeah, I know.
That actually becomes an appealable issue.
Oh yeah, she had to read them, of course.
So they barrel through them fast, so that they've been read, right? And then they're getting a hard copy of them, and then counsel's going to go over in closing arguments how they want them to fill them out, right? Because if they don't read them, right, then on appeal they get to say, well, the jury didn't know what the hell they were doing because the judge didn't read the instructions.
The chat's asking where's Stephanie. Stephanie had to work, so she's off for now, but she'll be back when she can. She's popping in and out. I want to play for you something funny. This will make you laugh. We only have 2 minutes left. This is hold on. Actually, that means I'm going to lose. Hold on. I got to take this out.
If you want to also, I put a poll up on Twitter for what people think is going to be the outcome of the case and the countersuit. So if you pull up my Twitter, you should see that as my last tweet, I think. But if you want to.
All right, go to Gadfly's Twitter. It's The True Gadfly on Twitter. So is the poll still open or is it closed?
I think it's still open for another 10 hours, something like that. All
right. Hold on a second because I'm going to oh, shoot. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to share this. Now, somebody made this. It's like a dub. It's a dub thing. Somebody made this for Elon Musk. If Elon Musk testified in this trial, and it made me laugh so hard. I just wanted to share it with you guys. So let's watch this before we go back to court.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated. All right, your next witness.
Yeah, well, we have Mr. Elon Musk. Welcome. Hi. You and Miss Heard know each other, correct? Yep. And Amber would confide in you about marital problems she would have with Mr. Depp, correct? Yeah. That was nice of you to give a listening ear. Thanks. And Amber and you started dating after she was with Johnny Depp. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. And then you posted on social media, wow, I can't believe I'm dating a sexy blonde white chick.
Objection, leading.
Yeah, I thought she was sexy, yes. And you liked her? I had a crush, yeah. In fact, we have a picture of you on a date with Amber. Let's bring up the photo. Now, if we zoom in closer, we see a kiss on your cheek. That's from Amber, correct? I don't know. We need a clear answer. Right, the law. I suppose it is. Were you kind to Amber while dating her? Well, obviously, everything she wanted, I would give her. Did Amber ever pay a charity using your money? You understand? Some of that fluce. Yeah, Amber loved giving to charity, as long as it was my money.
Objection, hearsay.
How did that relationship end? She broke up with me. Were you in love with Miss Amber Heard? Yeah. Now, is it true you bought Twitter not for political reasons, but for Amber Heard? Yup. Yeah? Is that a baller move?
Yeah.
Can you explain how you buying Twitter is for Amber Heard?
Yeah. I told Amber if you come back to me, I'll erase every bad tweet that was written about you because I love her.
Objection, leading. Sustained.
All right.
Such a simp.
Will he feel like that when she poops on his bed? You also have a spaceship, correct?
Yep.
And did you get that because you love space?
No, I got that for Amber. And I want to let her know if you come with me, we can get on that spaceship and leave everything behind. Yeah.
Objection.
So, Amber, what do you say? Want to leave and go?
Doesn't look like it, Mr. Musk.
I don't want to do this right now, but I have no other choice. Hey, come over here. Come on. Amber, I bought us a baby. Say hi to your new mom.
Hi.
If you say no to living with me and the baby in space, then you need therapy. Jeez.
Objection, hearsay.
She's not interested, Mr. Musk.
Hey, Steve. Yes, señor. Hey. So you can give me a refund on this baby. Yeah, she's not interested. Back. All right, let's see. Dan IR, son. Love these viral fake videos. Awesome, bro. Thanks. Next, a $10 super chat donation from Mary
I
R.
love
Gods.
this guy.
What?
I love him. I just think that is so funny, you guys. Oh, I should put the link to. I'll put the link in the chat so you can go give him some clicks on that because that was really good. But people have been so creative with this, and for her to, and for the media to be claiming that we are abusive to her, that this is abusing her. She's abused all of us. Dang it.
We're bad people. We're terrible people. I agree. They're right. We're wrong. As always, they are right.
I just can't with this narrative with the press.
I gotta go on the record and say that I'm still an Elon fan. I don't appreciate him being dragged down from Amber. He's a dumb guy who likes a hot blonde girl, you know? It's a tale as old as time. It's okay. But he's also very smart.
I have mixed feelings on him. I think, yeah, he is really smart, and I think he contributes positive things to society. At the same time, it scares me how smart he is that he can still be an Amber Heard simp. And I'm not sure if he's done with her yet.
Maybe not.
I'm just going to say here what every guy's thinking. You know, Amber's probably great in the sack.
That's exactly what I said.
Thrashing mackerel. Thrashing mackerel.
I was like, Megan, you don't get it, but I understand it.
I mean, I really don't think it's that hard to understand. I mean, does anyone really wonder what she was doing every day after she takes off his boots and gives him a glass of whiskey? Come on.
I guess.
Okay.
He heard what Johnny said.
Still, though,
other
it's
uses that don't include injury.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Don't
make
fault Elon just because he likes to get laid.
It doesn't make the abuse worth it, though. It just doesn't. You guys are saying that the court is back on, but I'm looking at the live stream and it's literally just staring at the clock. So where are you seeing court is back on? It's literally just the clock. So calm down.
We want to see this. The second hand is moving. The stream is not frozen. It's not.
It is John's stream, so I'll check on mine just to see.
I just got back.
Oh,
looks like it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, Lawn Crime is the best stream so far that we found that has the best camera angles, so we're sticking with it. And I'm looking at I don't see court back anywhere else, so we're fine. Calm down. By the way, thanks to Jon Del Arroz for running the stream this morning. That was a real lifesaver, and I about lost it when you popped on with my icon and tried to assume my gender. Excuse me, but I will not have it. That was so funny.
You know, if I want to identify as Megan Fox, I have the right to identify as Megan Fox. And
I could do it again, everybody. Please subscribe to PJ Media VIP, where I write the best articles in all of news. Thank you very much.
Wait, you forgot. And Rush Limbaugh loved me, and everyone should also.
Megan, your impression of your impression of yourself.
4 times. Yes. No,
She's
that's
impressed.
my
Yeah, that's
impression
amazing.
of John's impression of me. And Rush Limbaugh read me 4 times a day, and so you should too. Clickety click, everybody. Clickety click. That's all I have to say.
My question for the chat: do you think I'm a better actress than Amber Heard? That's my question for the chat.
Yes.
Okay.
John, I didn't even see that part, and yes.
Oh, here
All right, here we go. We're back.
Here we go.
Hey, I dragged my ass out of bed for 5:30 in the morning for you, Megan.
Oh, you're the best. You guys are all the best. I mean, I'm so happy that you did that. Oh, I think I have it muted. Hold on. Here we go. John's leaving my picture up. That's going to get confusing, John.
Oh, shoot. Let me change that.
Is Elaine tucking
I forgot.
Ron shirt in?
I actually didn't mean to do that.
Oh my God, she did. She was tucking in a shirt. Elaine was just fixing Rottenborn's clothing in front of the cameras, you guys.
That's amazing.
They're such good friends. They're such a team.
She's like, let me get that. Your shirt's not tucked properly. By the way, don't be scared, chat. Their closing argument, it's going to be the same thing we've already heard. Binders full of lies. Binders of lies. That same binder that what's his name, Adam Waldman, took to the police with all that evidence.
All right. Closing
binders of
arguments,
lies.
Mr. Rottenborn? Okay, thank you.
Is Johnny Depp's counsel going to be like them and go, objection, they're lying?
And the judge's going to go,
I couldn't believe that happened.
Objection, this is devastating for our case, guys. Objection.
Yes.
Mr. Rottenborn, is your mic on?
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work? Okay.
Yeah, that objection.
In trying to
is
convince
absolutely
you that
outrageous.
Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion, think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there.
I agree with all
that. In Mr.
that.
Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did, and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter.
He just accused
You
them
paid
of being
attention to
accomplices,
every
though.
witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation.
Amber does
Now,
not look
we'll
confident,
talk about
friends.
Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018?
Yeah, I
That's
actually
the
do see
question.
that.
And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through?
What a
So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again.
Let's try it again.
This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse. designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4, designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's the only evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience.
He doesn't even sound like he believes it.
And the backlash that they suffer. And then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
It is.
You can end here. You can end there.
Objection.
By saying the statements that she wrote were not false and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018 said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door. And you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth. Exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contains something that had nothing, that was not about.
It's not by Mr. Depp.
And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th.
Today I published.
The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are. Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse.
Financial abuse?
That's what we're talking about.
What?
Let's look at the evidence.
Financial
You heard
abuse?
Mr.
What does
Depp
that mean?
define abuse
What
from his
the
own mouth.
fuck?
He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they referenced, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself,
Animal abuse.
is being called one eye worse than what he did to Miss Heard? Absolutely
If it's from your mom, then maybe.
You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Miss Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Miss Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Miss Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Miss Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Miss Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Miss Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Miss Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Miss Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence.
You are
like I said, you can apply your own
Rotten.
common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth, his own words or the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Miss Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her.
A text message to a friend is not to her.
Corpse afterwards to make sure
punish
she's
him
dead."
for stuff he said to another, to his bro.
Disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship.
Well, she is a witch, so.
So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that." This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate.
America's favorite pirate.
This is the real
Remind
Johnny Depp.
them that everyone loves him so much. That's a great idea, Rottenborn.
This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she
then no biggie.
couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you.
You should,
This is
though.
where he
This
said
is really
she's
funny.
begging for global humiliation, and she's going to get it.
Yeah,
He says, "I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her."
Man of his word.
It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept.
Breaking news. Rottenborn says Johnny
That's
is
how he
America's
ended the
favorite
relationship.
pirate.
You saw how he started it. Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011. and things were good.
You mean when
She
he was a
testified
creep?
that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012 when Ms. Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, and he slapped me across the face. She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence. But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Ms. Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
Was Johnny Depp wrong?
That's the best you got?
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the
all of us
stand
are thinking.
and say that that was Ms. Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him, because she didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while.
That's not what they
he's
said.
implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, I thought I put the monster away. And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, thank you, my darling Kipper. He says, I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within. He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, she thinks my Peruvian period, which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that, someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, need to discuss the news helicopters, the monster. I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
What happened?
Look at all that abuse he's committing on Amber. Look at it, guys.
What happened?
Let's see the real monster. Let's see the monster. Yeah, he's a real monster. He's really going to town on those cabinets, Rottenborn. Look at this new ticker trying to convince a jury to believe the most brazen liar we've ever seen over America's favorite pirate. Damn it, Rottenborn. You are so good at this. Shit.
What a cute phrase.
No, Johnny, no, not the cabinets, Johnny, no. Not those
Not your own
cabinets you
cabinets.
paid for.
Those were very expensive cabinets.
No, a
Those
glass of wine.
aren't just Home Depot cabinets, my friends.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice.
Did something bad happen
We're not
to
even
you this
fighting
morning?
All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I
So
don't
shut
think
up.
so.
So shut up.
I think the worst abuse here that we're not considering is fashion abuse with that hat.
You want to see crazy?
How dare you?
We did forget to. Rottenborn should say that. He is abusive
Oh,
to
you're
fashion. Mega Pint, the famous Mega Pint. Get yours now in the merch store. You can get a Mega Pint.
No, he found the camera. He's gonna abuse Amber. Here we go, guys.
Oh, here it comes. Oh no, sorry, he's just abusing the device.
Huh.
Amber walks away unscathed and snickering.
Smashing shit.
He leaves. Bye. Smirk face. Can we see your smirking face? Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, we
In
do.
this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played, but it's not a laughing matter.
She's trying so hard to cry.
Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change.
If he was an abuser,
Imagine
he would beat the
watching
shit out of
your
her right
husband,
then.
the person you
Sean
love,
fell asleep.
behaving violently that way, like a wild
This
animal.
closing is bad.
That is
Somebody
abuse.
wake Sean up.
That's
or maybe
Sean.
we should let him sleep.
Sean.
You don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse.
So even if it's just a toxic relationship,
And their
you're saying it's
response
still
is,
abuse. Okay.
she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was
Yeah,
on
there
a
was.
plane. The only evidence
there's
suggests she was
plenty
on
of
an
evidence.
international flight when
called
Mr.
copyright
Tremaine
owner.
testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it.
No,
Miss
but the
Heard was in
original
the air.
copyright holder is what
She
he
didn't
said.
send it to
Objection.
TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public?
Nobody believes anything coming out of her mouth.
Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would
Sad
have to
face,
find
sad
that for
face,
his
sad face.
defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that.
They probably could have objected to that, actually.
But Mr. Depp
the
thought he
testimony
could
from the TMZ
hide
guy.
it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa.
A guy struggling with a drinking problem, embarrassed that his child
This
knows.
is Mr. Depp passed out
That's
in the
what I'm
Tokyo
suppo-
hotel room
that's
during
abuse?
the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Miss Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done
Could be
and get
asleep.
help and seek help.
I mean, he's
But
also
even if he's
asleep.
passed out, who cares?
I
What
don't
does
think
that have
that
to do
looks
with the
like
price of rice in
the
China,
spice cabinet of
Rottenborn?
anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
Wow.
This
The
is
weed
Mr. Depp.
closet.
This is Mr. Depp.
Passed out.
And all
On
you
vacation.
hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance.
Is he proving that Johnny Depp did drugs?
Victim blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, Talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said is an every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner, and he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car, and he's howling like an animal, Ms. Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse. Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Ms. Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Ms. Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Miss Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him. He testified by the video link on the stand. And I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Beck. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them. And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side. Just as we
does
TMZ
this
guys
tell
on
you
his
what
payroll.
happened? Holy crap. They'll tell you
But
whatever
Mr.
they
Depp
have
would
to.
go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen, March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are
She
pictures,
should still have
they're
big
trying to
bruises
deceive
from
you
rings.
into thinking, oh, there should have been
And
more.
lacerations.
This is a 2-week-old bruise.
Hit repeatedly
And she
in the
texted, look
face.
who she texted that to.
Repeatedly
She
in the
texted to her
face.
mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking. And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there. That was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer.
He
And
can't
you
even
heard
say it. It's so ridiculous.
This Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago, who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence. The way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he didn't reach out. He responded to a tweet into this trial.
He responded to a
There was
tweet.
way more than
That's different.
$62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he smashed hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, the Hicksville was late May 2013. This is a text, another text from drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay.
Oh,
people are getting it, I guess, on
my
their phones that
God.
haven't silenced that.
Sounds like any
Are you
addict ever.
joking? Are
Any
you joking
addict
there was
ever.
an Amber Alert?
Yeah, an Amber Alert.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next.
Who said
This
The simulation
testimony about
strikes.
Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht
Oh my God.
on the island
It's
in
going
the
on.
Bahamas in 2013. When
Oh my
Mr.
God,
Depp
everyone's phone is going
How
off
can-
for an Amber Alert.
How can that even be real?
Shit.
and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry.
Oh my
Miss
God,
Heard
the
comforted
simulation
Lily
that
Rose.
this is trying
And
to
then
tell
Depp
you.
accused
Don't
Amber
believe
of
this.
making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her
Yes,
up
very
against the
sad.
sidewall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck,
But oh my God.
held her there for a second and said, I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment. That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little bit to, actually before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger, or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way.
What is
They say, well, he
happening?
was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow.
She said he was
13,
always wearing
in
them.
London, Mr. Depp.
Is that my audio going out, or is that on John's end?
Can you hear me okay? It might just be the feed. Looks like the
It's
feed.
the feed. The feed is frozen.
Yeah. Dang it.
Oh, it's not like we wanted to hear this anyway. This is so much bullshit. It's the same stuff we've heard for weeks and weeks, the same lies. I don't think anybody's going to buy this. I'm going to go check to see what is happening over on the. We might have to switch.
It is just law and crime. I'm switching over.
All right, cool.
So here we go. It's a little quieter though.
Not wanting to leave.
They always are.
Actually didn't want him to leave because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi.
Yeah, law and crimes feeds
That's
down.
why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that, and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco, and Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. he started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she, he kicked her in the back. She said, "I feel this boot in my back." And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
They're going to play the audio of him sounding in pain because he's detoxing. Or singing? I can't figure it out yet. Sounds like a sea shanty.
This is the sound of ultimate suffering from being with her all that time.
Yes.
That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't.
John, keep an eye on Law and Crime because this audio sucks. If they go back up, switch.
Where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has.
It is back up. I'm going to switch back.
Think to yourself.
Good, because I can barely hear it. Not that I really want to hear Rottenborn or anything, but.
From a few days later.
I don't know if the jury's buying this. I just
Which
can't
he
see
told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night
Is this the right
before I
one?
picked Amber up to fly to LA.
Yeah.
No food for days,
Isn't
hours, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000.
Sorry,
Oh, that was like a clip.
I'm boomering.
It's all right. This is a welcome relief from listening to Rottenborn. Just repeat lies on top of lies.
And he expects you to
Okay.
believe that
Now we're
he's
back on
carried
Law and
his
Crime.
burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text of Patty Smith when he says, "When I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself."
Yeah, he fucked up his sobriety. Yeah.
Misheard the next day, where he says, "Once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret.
Mary, thank you for the
Of course, I'm
$5 super
sorry.
chat.
I
She's going
really
to miss
don't
us all.
know
It was
why
fun
or
hanging out
what
with you. It
happened.
was fun hanging out
Well,
with
no
you too,
wonder.
Mary.
You heard the
Some
voice.
prayers for our
And of
Johnny.
course, he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again."
But we're not going anywhere. Don't worry.
Up and grabbed me.
We
I
have
must
good news on that front.
I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett, right? That where Mr. Depp told him, "I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it." He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX 353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a
Gotta
reason you
mention
didn't hear them
Marilyn Manson.
testify in this trial.
Marilyn Manson back in the house. Oh,
They're
yeah.
giving him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off when he says, "Need more cocaine and ecstasy." So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle
How many
Mulrooney,
pills is in a handful?
when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he
Sean's got a handful of pills.
that he was throwing
How
bottles
many can
at her.
fit?
He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence.
8 to 10.
And he was just over and over
I'm
again
guessing
smashing
25.
the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched
That's
it
way
break
more
into
than 8
pieces.
to 10.
Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with a desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception. They're trying to deceive you. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house, but not before what happened before she went to bed that night.
How many tablets does that say?
Where Ms. Heard testified,
read
and I
it.
remember trying to get up, and I
I
was
can't read
slipping
it.
on the glass.
Too small. I can't read it.
Wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move
200.
because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. This is the next morning. This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his finger. And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off, but frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with
Wait,
whether
what?
or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't.
Wait,
we all know
what?
that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where
How
that
do we know
canopy
that?
and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just
know
the
that?
bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that.
What?
Mr.
This
Depp
is
knows it happened. We'll
insane.
see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambition, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, who talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote "Call Carly Simon." She didn't write that.
Oh, okay.
Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told.
Bullshit.
Sure.
This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a
She's trying
fight
so hard
while
to
you were
cry.
asleep that night. He takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, "I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition." He tells her in this recording,
If you look at the bigger picture,
I
what is
became
the
irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein, his therapist, called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous, and I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury. No one who hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury. But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day.
I mean, no offense, that's a dude saying he wanted a blowjob.
And I'm not going to read them to you again,
sorry to be crass
because they were the
here,
most
but
vulgar,
that's what he meant.
vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's not my style.
I have a
wouldn't
feeling
write like
she's
that.
heard worse.
Of course he would, and he
Look at
did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand.
Maybe that's what he thinks about her.
It's disgusting.
Maybe that's just what he thinks about her.
Just
He admitted
her.
that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Velati, I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying
I
the
really
day
want
that I
to see her
chopped my
make
finger
those
off.
tears
Let's hear
come
it one
out
more time.
at this point. I'm rooting for the tears.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an
he
affair
hit her with
a
his
woman named
injured
Rochelle.
finger
That
with
had been
MRSA.
going on before the wedding, after the
Sure.
wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there. They got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Enriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs. And Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger.
Keep
Yet
looking
he
at
could
the
have
jury,
done this.
Johnny.
This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is
Again,
knocking this
more
over.
abuse
This is what
of things
he did
in
to
the
rearrange
house.
her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't
Domicile
possibly
abuse.
have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and
abuse?
walking on eggshells so
What?
thick that you don't know if you set them off, if
Even
that's
if
what's
he
going to
didn't
happen.
hit her, that's abuse?
That's abuse.
No.
It's
No.
disgusting.
Oh my God. I'm tweeting that out right now.
But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up? Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie.
Sure.
All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up.
She's
She
just
took
not smart
pictures
enough.
as they existed when
She's
she
just
could
not smart
at the
enough
time
to
of
do it up
abuse.
that
And
way.
yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a
She's
door
never heard of nanny cams?
as he's coming after her.
You can have one of those running all the time.
And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have been.
She picked her lip.
She would have
She's
to
a
be
lip picker.
the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before.
I agree.
You said it.
You
not
heard
me.
Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail. And I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, Ms. Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day.
Yeah, he was trying to get a wooden stake
We all
to
know
put
where
through the
that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
Where else do you carry a
freeloaders.
pocket knife?
I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad,
isn't
2
gonna
weeks
show
later,
that
where he
hair
says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago.
Notice he's not
I'm
showing
sending
the
it to you
picture of the
now. And he
scalp.
says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX58. He says, yes,
But I will show
fucked
it.
up and went too far in our fight.
Let's look at
Because
her
as a
scalp
result
again,
of that
shall
fight
we?
and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas. And on that trip,
Hideous,
to the
horrific
island,
abuse.
Mr. Depp kept passing out. And every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that. And she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet. She didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom and she said, but this time he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And
That is
then
a
she ran
ridiculous
out
claim.
of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter. Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck. He was squeezing her neck against the railway car. And at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders. And that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now. And Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been fake. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that it lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked.
What
Mr.
phone?
Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, it in and of itself is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abuse.
I'm not going to play it.
This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove or in order to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true. Because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems, everyone but himself. You heard us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory, nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Joel Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirate 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed. It said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day, the paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm and fire them and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hoff about the counterclaim. Thank you.
Boo.
They're intentionally trying to end with a woman, so you kind of have that perception in your mind. But she's no Camille.
Yep. I'm good. Okay. I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point, but this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by
Looks
Mr.
like
Depp's
they've
team.
already gone an hour
When you see
15
the actual
before this gets
damages,
discarded.
go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one, because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing. Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing because he wants to put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world.
She just comes across as mean.
His manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true, because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement? It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence, but at least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less.
Heart-rending?
But what else is false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all
meant
four of them,
wrenching.
and I will
That was
not
funny.
repeat them all.
She
You
ripped her
heard the
own heart
testimony,
right
and
out of her
interestingly
chest.
enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house.
Where were the
Remember that
pictures
she
of
also
that?
testified that he took her clothes and swiped them
Canvases?
through all the
I'm
paint
supposed to
before
care
she
about
left.
her shitty paintings?
You know these things happened. With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset. And you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony. This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Whitkin said. One of the things he said, he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, do you have any dirt on the Mandels? And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Whitkin said that I think
wanted
was pretty
dirt on the guy that stole
was
$600 million
that Johnny
from
Depp
Johnny?
has deep-seated anger
So
issues
unusual.
that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when he would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober? You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to
It's
find
such a mistake
additional
to
malice
speak
with
longer
him.
than the
Remember, he's the
plaintiff.
one that after the UK trial went to
These
the
people are so
LAPD
done.
with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from TMZ.
Shout out to that umbrella
is the
guy.
big lead
Awesome,
of
my
Johnny
friend.
Depp's, positive
Go
social
Tug.
media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply,
Plus
this
they're
was an
boring
ambush,
the
a
jury.
hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911.
Yeah, Tug's not banned from Twitter. I don't know where she got that.
Now, the clear implication here is that
I'm
they're
glad she
saying
told the jury
they
what
all got
happened there.
together with their friends. They
The
decided
coven.
they were going to set
Coven of
Johnny up to be
succubuses.
charged for domestic violence.
Yep.
And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away. And they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got
It wasn't
advice from a
busted
lawyer and a publicist, called 911 and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's
No, we
heinously
don't.
false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over, he's already been drinking, he's already high, and he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly, loudly.
Say it again,
Then
Elaine.
his bodyguards hear this. They come in, they break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony. After that, he goes and he has to, he always leaves a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going. Goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine. He gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5. That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day. And he comes in, storming in, and he says, get your bitch out of here. And he's got the big magnum and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times. And
throwing
she goes
squatters
ripping
out of
out
his
of there as
house.
fast as she can. And Josh gets out of there
Good
too.
for you, Johnny.
Then
Throw
what does
those
he
squatters
do?
right out.
He rearranges the furniture, or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something, I think is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part
You
of this
saw the
is the
pictures
police
stacked neatly on the
Io
bed,
calls the
not
police.
broken
He's
at
in
all.
New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come. And, we've talked about it. We've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
It's raining, it's pouring, we fell all snoring.
I just woke up. What's happening?
This is unbelievable. I don't know what she's trying to do, but she looks like she's conducting an orchestra. And he was splashing the wine but there's absolutely no evidence that he did any of that. And then you saw the destruction. You mean the 6 photographs piled neatly on the bed and the 1 glass of
You
wine
recall
on
Judge
the
Drew
counter?
saying that the police officer told him, she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that. But in any event,
He did
she
not
would
definitely say that.
She would not
He
cooperate.
denied
She didn't
saying
want-
that.
but Detective
Objection.
Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence, it has the cycles. They come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set, it doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, I'm not going to cooperate at all. So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there. You see there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in 2 different text messages that 772 and 773, He says my profound apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd if he didn't know that he did all of those things? And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it. So that's the next.
They did remember it. They
So
remembered everything
clearly,
about it.
That's
They didn't see
100%
anything.
false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice
4
in making that
officers.
statement. Trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. You know, remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow she wasn't.
Did you approach?
Oh boy. Now, last time there was an objection by Rottenborn, they did not approach. The judge just overruled it immediately. So the judge must see something here, or she would have just overruled it. So that's interesting. This is unbelievable. Anybody want to weigh in on this objection?
I think we're all bored to tears of what she's saying.
Yeah, it doesn't. She sounds like she's reaching a whole lot. Like, you know, and even if it doesn't,
So
that
I
doesn't
didn't
even matter.
say any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the planting. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, you know, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up? Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her. You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup and some of them are without. And people misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens. But you heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used. And she was very adept at telling you what color she puts on for the different days of bruises. This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not. Now, let's go to the third one. And this is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax, but there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out a couple things for you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to.
This has been going on for an hour and 41 minutes.
Physical and
Objection, Your Honor.
that Dr. Hughes testified to that.
An hour and 41 minutes this has been going on. This is such a mistake. People lose their attention span after 45 minutes. She has
Yep.
now gone an hour and 41 minutes, her and Rottenborn. Bad idea.
Yep. It's just, yeah, this is punishing.
It's punishing the jury.
Yeah.
It's just, why would you put them through this? They have already been through this for 6 weeks.
Oh man, it's brutal.
Again, it comes back to the thing that they know they've got a really crappy case, so they've got to, just push this narrative.
I wish that Johnny's lawyers had said that closing argument from the hip. I'm telling you, with Judd Nelson, I wish they had said, these people have wasted 6 weeks of your life and they can't even show you a real bruise. They have wasted all of this time. They have put you through, and they're gonna waste more of your time. And that when they start this close, you wait and see how long they're gonna talk at you. What happened to the feed, John?
It just went down. Or it's actually, I think my browser actually failed. Let me get this back up. Yep, it did. Okay, so the feed's actually okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's all right.
I think that Amber's literally bored as well.
She looks like it.
Honestly,
everybody
she is bored. Look, she's twiddling with stuff. She's like,
Look, I'm sorry. The most obnoxious thing Rottenborn said was, even if you find that he never hit her, it's still abuse. Him throwing her clothes around on the floor. Excuse me? This is so dangerous.
Yeah.
If she wins, that means any man can be accused of abusing a woman if he has ever sworn at her or tossed some items around a room or slammed a cabinet. That is so dangerous. What a dangerous precedent. And I'm starting to think
It's
that
crazy.
domestic violence experts are all quacks. If they really think that that's abuse, they're all quacks.
Both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, she said yes.
They never
but she had no
elaborated on
comment.
financial
Your Honor,
abuse
objection.
too.
That was in there.
Oh man, a third objection. Good. Keep interrupting her.
Yeah, Professor Jenny Smoot, who's a law professor at Harvard Law, she said, that part of the problem with the domestic violence argument is that it's defined so broadly it can exist in almost any household. And then Justice Scalia, and I'm a liberal, so I never quote Justice Scalia on anything, but Justice Scalia famously said that when everything is abuse, nothing is abuse.
Nothing is abuse.
He had
You
reviewed
cannot.
Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive.
You should wrap
They
it up.
have said that she
you're
has created
approaching
this
2
whole hoax,
hours.
and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been. But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating the hoax or creating any of this or making any of this up? That's a big question here. They call her a gold digger, right?
Money,
but
fame.
She obviously couldn't have done it.
All of
for
which
the
she
money.
got.
Because first of all,
$7
remember the
million.
testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She
Ambassadorship
said
with
that
the UN.
California is
or
a no-fault
ACLU.
state and community property. So Amber Doesn't have to have an abuse.
Quivering chin now.
She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you've already heard from Ben, he called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence. And look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015. It was $43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your Honor, we're going to object again.
What do you think he's objecting to here?
I don't know, honestly. You know,
I didn't hear anything. I mean, she's just going on and on about the no-fault divorce, which I think is true.
yeah, you know, it's kind of hard because at some point she's become Charlie Brown's teacher.
Right. Who the hell can pay attention long enough to figure out what's objectionable here?
Right.
I object to everything.
It's, yeah.
Now, Johnny's lawyers have now objected 3 or 4 times. It's kind of unheard of during a closing statement, huh?
Yeah, it's been really kind of interesting to see that this morning in closing is that, you know, both sides have been objecting inside of closing, which is really rare.
I want the judge to hold her lawyers in contempt. Oh, Stephanie says it's relevance. Objecting on the basis of relevance. Yeah, the no-fault divorce is not at issue here. So why are they talking about it? I guess she's saying it's motive. She didn't have motive. It's just nonsense. This whole thing is nonsense.
Well, you know, I mean, it's like, why would she perpetuate a hoax? It's the same reason why, you know, anybody would make false allegations or false accusations. It's because they're receiving something that they perceive as a benefit from it.
Yeah, elevating herself while denigrating the man who finally saw through her act.
Right.
Who finally left her, who finally said, I'm not having it, and wouldn't agree to her extortion, who said, no, you can't have the 3 penthouses. No, you won't get the car. No, you're not getting $40 million or whatever the first ridiculous thing she asked for. She asked for $60,000 a month from him.
Jesus
and he said no. And that's why she did it. Revenge.
Yeah, well, it's you know, it's retribution, right? It's power, it's control. It's a form of domestic violence.
1.5. What does she take? $7 million. What does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity, or she intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate designees for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits. And that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time. Now she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with $100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those. And in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them, but then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said that throughout. And I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to, but she has to get out from under this first. Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me.
That
Now, Mr.
money didn't come from
Mandel
her.
testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him.
No,
Mr.
Lane, it
Depp
came
got
from
on the stand
Elon
and says he
Musk,
does
and
it
we all heard
anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here.
Pretty fast. We're at an hour and 50 minutes.
The court has talked to you about. She told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want to admit to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the defamatory statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron
Almost
Schnell,
is not
young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie
almost
Howser,
means it didn't happen.
our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago, over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her
She
on
has
from
6
that time.
minutes left.
She lost 3
6
different
minutes
opportunities
left
that were
before
being
she hits
discussed with
2
her.
hours.
The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted
wasn't
this
because
was
of
her
her,
blockbuster.
though.
This was her mega.
She's not
But what
Aquaman.
happened instead, as she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got The Stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for The Stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organization.
I'm starting a timer.
She ended up not getting the
When the
Amazon
alarm
movie.
goes off,
And then
she
they
will
gave her a
have
hard
hit 2
time about
hours.
Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the stands, you know, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million.
Invisible damages.
That she could have
Damages
had
that might have
instead of her
happened.
star being
Damages
completely
we can't
extinguished.
prove.
And
that
that's
you're
what's
supposed
happened
to just
to her.
pull out of
The
the
emotional
air.
distress damages are even more extreme here. And that is, Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday, and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats.
That was
Her
the most
daughter,
compelling
they're
testimony
threatening to
you've
put her
ever heard.
daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million. And we sent a message back saying, fine, and we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following the evidence and the instructions. But we do ask that you fully and fairly compensate.
She just admitted in her closing
everything
arguments that they
she's
just
been
put up
through,
a
both in
bullshit
terms of
number
reputation
Yes,
and
she did.
just for the
emotional
sake of
distress.
it. That's
The very
crazy.
last point is punitive damages, and you surely
Yes,
have
she
those
did.
in this case.
A minute
We've
and
asked for
47 seconds left. Man, she's going
$350,000
down
for
to
the
the
punitive
wire.
damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
She finished with a minute and 37 seconds left. Unbelievable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay?
I wish we did not have rebuttal arguments. Like I can we just give it to the jury? Don't make them sit through any more rebuttals
Right.
or anything else. Like, good gravy. Oh, but then again, I do want to hear what Johnny's team has to say in rebuttal, because they're probably going to explain why they objected so many times. Is what I'm guessing they're gonna say, here's what she told you that was completely wrong. What what S word are you talking about, DJ Southpaw? I don't know what, because I probably have used it myself in my own chat. Are you talking about the word shit? You're not allowed to use that in the
Oh.
in the YouTube. Is that true?
I'm sorry. No, that's not true. I've used much stronger language than that on YouTube.
I use a lot of well, I probably shouldn't. But I have
Colorful
used,
metaphors, Megan, is what we call them. So
I have used colorful metaphors in the chat. But if it's gonna give me some kind of strike, I need to know.
And I got to say that, like, in follow up to that, exactly. I mean, my analysis here is that Amber's defense, metaphorically, of course, shit the bed. Literally too. Yeah, it's both.
Yeah, it's also both. Oh my goodness, that was brutal. That was painful. You know what we need? Do you know what we need right now?
A song. A song.
Yes. We need a song, and I'm going to get it for you. And we're going to play our favorite song, because our favorite lady has been up there giving the closing argument of her life, and she deserves the recognition.
I
And
need a mega pint.
Gadfly, I already got my mega pint. I've got my mimosa going here.
Wow, that's bold. I can't drink this early. So
Well, it actually doesn't have any alcohol in it.
Oh.
It's a mocktail. It has sparkling caffeinated water and orange juice, and I love it. It's a good mix.
caffeinated water. That's the coolest thing I ever heard.
Yeah, so instead of
Mm.
drinking coffee, if I decided to switch to juice, and then I throw a little caffeinated water in it, and so I'm still getting my caffeine hit. All right, Camille deserves a dance break with everybody's favorite song, and Gadfly is not here at the moment to roll his eyes at me and pretend to be offended that I play this I play this several times a stream.
I fell in love last night. I saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpentine inside that was new and nice. But don't look inside. I know that this is the end. You know the money ran out, so did all the friends, and right down you're lying on the stand, let you down. Not the same, you understand. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what do you give me? You just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, but think of what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire.
I think it's New Chainsmokers or something.
You're all that I need. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you grow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me? You just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The
The
sunlight
dancing makes it.
will cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me? You just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go.
Sunlight will make you glow. Oh my gosh, you guys. I can't get enough of that song. I play it every day, several times a day. Sean, you were killing it there with the white man's overbite, and I think that you're a brave man. You're a very brave man. You just get it. Get your groove on, because we've had enough trauma in this trial to last us a lifetime.
Yeah.
I think I have PTSD
For my
every
dancing?
time.
For my dancing? That's just
definitely was
wrong,
that.
man.
No, not the dancing. From Elaine Breithoff
Oh,
making us sit through 2 hours of that ridiculous, rambling, go nowhere close.
It's
Yeah,
brutal.
It was really brutal. I mean, as a lawyer watching this, the display of lawyering skills is just, it's really stark. It's really, really stark. I mean, I've sort of made an argument that Amber's team is doing the best they can with a steaming pile of dog shit. Given who they are, and I think, and I still hold to that, right? But the skill of the lawyers as themselves is just vastly different.
It is vastly different. And for $6 million, if that's what $6 million buys you, is that kind of defense, that's baloney.
But
Gadfly's gonna
reminds
yell at me.
Because I worked this out while we were talking while this was going on. I was just sort of idly curious about, how much money she's probably spent. And I looked at the fact she's got 5 lawyers sitting there, right, in the room with her. Okay. And the chat, I devoted basically $500 an hour, but they said basically $380 an hour in Virginia. So 5 lawyers times $380 an hour is $1,900 per hour that the lawyers are spending sitting next to Amber. Okay,
That's ridiculous.
Times 5 days, times let me go back there. Times 8 hours a day is equal to $1,900. I want to make sure I did that right. I think I just screwed that up. $1,900 an hour times 8 hours a day is $15,200 per day, just in court time, right?
And that doesn't count all the deposition time. And
right, that doesn't count. That we're just talking about just in trial times 5 days a week, right? $76,000 Monday through Friday. Now, presuming that those 5 lawyers spend 4 hours a day on the weekend, which is massively conservative, right? You add $20,000 to that for weekend lawyer time, and you've got $96,000 per week times 6 weeks. You've got $576,000 in just the lawyers being in the courtroom with her and prepared for trial.
Well, you know,
the trial.
She should sue them if that's the case, because if you have to pay that much money for this shitty defense, but then again, it's her evidence shitty, but still, Pamela says, you know, she's crazy saying 3 police officers have lied under oath. It was actually 4. And yeah, saying that police officers lie under oath is insane. Absolutely insane. All 4? You got all 4? Of course, here's how they're trying to back out of it. They're trying to back out of that assertion by Elaine now saying during the close, well, they didn't remember. It was years ago. And it's not their fault they don't remember what happened. Except I played you, and I made a video of those police officers' depositions next to that liar freeloader wizard dude that she had living in her house in Johnny's penthouse. And he told the exact opposite story of all of those police officers. They did remember. They remembered him very well. They called him the general white male. They said he took them through the apartment. They saw nothing. He said, I took them through the apartment. I showed them all the broken glass and the spilled wine and the this and that. No, he didn't. That's because it wasn't there. He said they stepped over giant stains on the carpet. Guess what? I played the video on slow motion from the body cams. There was no wine on the carpet at the time the police came. He is full of crap. And so they're trying to get out of it now by saying, oh, they just didn't remember. Yeah, sure. Okay. Also, I like this comment by Sharon. Don't shoot me. I'm not a liberal. I'm a libertarian. And I see Amber as a straitjacket case. Good one. Gadfly, are you with us? Do you have some thoughts on that close?
How does my microphone sound?
Fine. It's good.
It sounds fine?
Yeah. Is there a delay? Do you not hear me?
He sounds like he's on delay.
I just heard you. Okay, let's try a delay. All right, say hi, and I'll tell you when it happened.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, there's a delay for some reason.
Cool.
All right.
Well, here's my thoughts. I'll do them delayed. But my thoughts are, there's no way that Amber's team hasn't bored everybody to tears. They all wish they were never there. They probably wish they were never born. Rotten born. And I can't imagine that any jury was paying attention to all of that. Because I was barely paying attention to all of that, and I was trying to pay attention as hard as I could. And I hated it. And it made me sad. And I regret ever looking at this trial because of it. So there's my answer.
Stephanie says, to be fair, cops do lie under oath sometimes. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but 4 of them? I can imagine that like 2 partners might lie to protect each other, but 2 sets of partners, I don't buy it. I just do not buy it. 2 separate sets of partners who came to the same place at different times would then 6 years later, not even knowing who the parties were in the case, would come forward and lie to protect who? They didn't do anything
The cops have
wrong.
nothing
The
to
only
gain and
time,
everything to lose.
yes.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense.
No, I mean, cops lie to protect themselves. They lie to protect, what's going to happen to them. They're not going to lie to protect Johnny Depp. Why?
Yeah, and the good point that the chat's making is like they had body cams on it also. I mean, we saw what they saw.
Yeah, we saw what they
Yeah.
saw, and to try and say now that, well, they just forgot what happened. What the body cam didn't forget.
No.
Everything the police said happened that night was reflected on their body cams. So no, I don't believe it. And this is just driving me crazy. Jen, thanks for the super chat. She says, is this verbal diarrhea coming straight from Elaine, or are the notes she's reading from directly from Amber, because their demeanor is very similar? This goes back to people choosing lawyers that are much like themselves. They choose lawyers that represent who they are. And
Clients
as
find
you
their
can,
lawyers.
yeah, that's right. The lawyer is speaking for the client. That's the voice of the client is supposed to be coming through the lawyer. And Amber chose these lawyers for a reason. And like most things in life that Amber's done, she makes poor choices. And I think that she made a very poor choice when it comes to these attorneys.
But you know what? The thing is that rule about clients finding their lawyers really only applies to when you're seeing, unethical lawyers or crazy lawyers or lawyers that are, won't be reasonable, and they're sort of a reflection of what their client is. And I'm not so sure that that's what's going on here. I mean, I think that, that Amber's is, nutty as a loon. But I think it's entirely possible that her attorneys are simply doing the best they can with just a shitty case. And if I were Johnny, I would insist on a public accounting. I wouldn't settle. I mean, she could come to me and she could say, I'll settle, in short of, Amber coming out and saying I completely lied. Nothing I said about Johnny was true, which is just not what her mental health issue will allow her to do. I wouldn't settle. So
I've actually been on a case where somebody defamed me, and I went through a pretty long period with this. We actually did go to settlement, but the settlement condition was that they actually publicly post that they lied about me and that they were apologizing for their false statements about me. And I got that out of them. They were willing to do that because they realized they screwed up after spending $100,000 plus of attorney fees on their end. So definitely that is something that, like, in a situation like this, that's a minimum condition of what you'd want if you're going to stop at that point. And if she's this crazy where she's not willing to do that, then yes, you have to go through this whole full experience.
Right. Was the defendant in your case someone who had BPD and denies the denial of their responsibility?
No, it was an organization.
They were somebody
It was an organization.
It was an organization, but they were crazy. They were crazy.
They were crazy. They were
totally
crazy, but in a
but-
different way.
Yeah, it
Different
was
way.
WorldCon. He sued WorldCon because they banned him from coming to their event on ridiculous accusations that weren't true.
Yeah, they called me racist to the entire science fiction, publishing establishment out there, and everybody publicly. And I don't have any racist statements that I've made, so they knew that, and it was pretty easy. Yeah.
So you sued a company, which inherently in the end always makes a business decision, as opposed to somebody like this woman who has a mental health issue that prevents her from taking responsibility for the things that she does, even moments after she does them, and even when she's got objective evidence she just did that. She'll do action A, and when you say you just did action A and you confront her with it, she'll be like, no, I didn't do action A, or you don't understand what it is that happened. That's why I did action A. Nothing, merry-go-round of magical circular thinking. I'll bet you that she just simply would not settle, or if she was willing to settle, she wasn't willing to give a public apology.
Stephanie had just said something in the chat that I put up on the screen, but I don't think it's true. She said that Rittenhouse got a settlement and an apology. I don't think he did, Stephanie. I think that has not been confirmed at this point, but hopefully he will. Kyle Rittenhouse, I believe, has filed lawsuits, and we'll see how they go, but I don't think he could possibly have gotten a settlement so soon. And I'm not seeing anything on the news anywhere, so I don't think that happened yet. But
So
I think that it will.
But to finish that out, Megan, you were saying that you think that Amber's attorneys were just really, really crappy, and I agree.
No, her case is crappy. But on top of it, I mean, she had a bad case. She had bad evidence. But on top of it, her attorneys have made choices.
Yeah.
Like this one right here that I just put up on the screen. Why in the hell did they put her back on the stand to get destroyed a second time by Camille Vasquez? I mean, look. And by the way,
Right.
clickety click, people, clickety click. This is a great way to support what I do. Without costing you a dime. Clickety click. Let's get this one trending. This entire cross-examination has to be seen to be appreciated. It was an absolute disaster for the defense. Vasquez has been an absolute bulldog throughout this case, refusing to let Heard get away with lies. It's a sight to behold. She will single-handedly inspire thousands of girls to want to grow up to be a Camille. There's even merch. When the media lies to you and says this trial is about misogyny, remind them about Vasquez and the millions of people watching her and cheering her on. It's not every day you get to see a small woman take down a bat-winged harridan with facts and evidence. The media and their Me Too minions are desperate for you to believe them that Heard is telling the truth so they can hold on to their power, but they presented no evidence to back that up. Now, look what this cross-examination revealed. That one photograph submitted by Heard as evidence was used to illustrate 2 incidences of alleged domestic violence on 2 separate occasions. Not only that, but the crux of this case, did Amber Heard write about Johnny Depp in the Washington Post purposefully, and in doing so defame him, was blown wide open. She admitted during cross that she did write it about him, and she meant it to destroy his power. You can't get a better admission than that in court. On top of that, Heard denied that an eyewitness, Morgan Knight, the owner of the Hicksville Trailer Palace, was even present the night he witnessed her screaming at Depp and saw Depp cowering in fear. Vasquez got her to admit to the jury that she thinks everyone is lying but her. Even people who aren't connected to Depp in any meaningful way, like a TMZ reporter, a hotel manager, an airport security professional, and 4 LAPD officers. And that's just the first few I thought of. There are many more. That's what they risked when they put, and by the way, Gadfly, I stuck your song on PJ Media now, so I'm kidding. Camille is out there. So those are the things that came out on the second time she took the stand, and that was the worst possible choice they could have made. And I don't care if Amber demanded to go on the stand, they should have demanded she didn't. They should have said, I will quit right now. I will turn around and I will tell the judge that my client is acting against her own best interest, something to make you stop this. That was the worst thing that they could have done. So that's what I'm saying when I say her attorneys are making decisions that are absolutely unexplainable. When you have a client as bizarre and unlikable as Amber Heard, you keep her off the stand as much as possible, and you fill the stand with people who are more likable, people who are believable, to tell her story. Not that she had any of those. I mean, maybe she had 2 witnesses that I felt were good in front of the jury. The rest of them were all weirdos. And that's the other thing. They chose all these weirdos. Remember, I wrote another article about the weirdos. Did you see this one? It's called, Why Are Amber Heard's Experts All Weirdos? Why are Amber Heard's experts so weird? Remember this guy? This was an epic mistake. Remember her? She's like a Disney villain. Epic mistake. Epic mistake. These are mistakes that $6 million lawyers shouldn't be making. Am I wrong?
Can I give you my opinion on that?
Yeah.
I think you've locked on to something there, is that that she probably insisted on going back on the stand. I mean, Johnny talked about how she's always angry. And, I sort of have a personal experience with this with sort of my ex-wife. And, when they don't get what they want, they get anger, or they use anger to get what they want. I have a feeling that Amber, saw the way the case was going, and she just has this belief that, you know, everybody agrees with her, everybody, you know, buys into her storyline. And I'll bet you she demanded to go back on to the stand, you know, and did that. And as for, you know, this clown, you know, I think that they probably got the experts that they could find, you know. I mean, who's going to go up against, you know, Dr. Curry? Really? I mean, really?
Yeah,
You know?
well, they just, for $6 million, I would have expected my money to be spent better, to find better people. I mean, I just find it very hard to believe that there isn't somebody out there who would take the $5,000 to and the $10,000 or $30,000 that they get for an evaluation, who can control themselves better on the stand. It's just, I can't believe what they did. I can't believe the kind of people that, and I'm glad. I'm so glad. But so people, remember, make sure you go over and click on the article that I just wrote, because it does really help me, and it doesn't cost you anything. And please share it on social media, especially those of you on Facebook. That's how you on Facebook can really help me, is by sharing, going and clicking on that article and sharing it to your Facebook page, sharing it to the groups that you're in. That really helps, because Facebook is a great place to share information. And you know what? My articles are pretty much the only articles you're going to find in any media that tells you what's actually going on in this trial. Can I show you guys something? Wait till you see this. Okay, so on this program, a lot of times we go to Google and we look at the news search. I was just looking up Rittenhouse, so that's what's here. Steph, I know you saw it yesterday, but it didn't happen. Not yet, anyway. I think it will, but it didn't happen yet. Let's look up Amber Heard and look at the news. Look at the news articles that come up. Amber Heard's lawyer's closing argument focuses on her right to speak.
Gosh.
Amber Heard reacts to Kate Moss' testimony, says it doesn't change what she went through. Kate Moss.
I find this really odd because,
TikToks,
you know, every time I go out into public and talk to people about this, like, you know, even the people who, women, you know, whatever, feminist type people, whatever you want to label them as, almost everybody's in agreement that Amber Heard is troubled and,
look at
you know,
this.
really lying in these situations. It's nuts.
Look at this.
So,
Fox News.
Even Fox News. Wow.
News. Amber Heard says Johnny Depp fans want to microwave her baby. Marca, Amber Heard, people want to kill my baby in the microwave. Rolling Stone. Amber Heard says people want to kill me as she returns to the witness stand.
They're just
Amber
doing that
Heard,
to get sensational
the
headlines,
people
though.
have threatened to put her baby
Nuts.
in a microwave. Amber Heard cries about thousands of death threats because of Johnny Depp trial. Come on. I am one of the only people in the media that you are going to read on PJ Media telling you what's really going on in this trial. You will not get it from Fox News. You will not get it from Rolling Stone. You will not get it from People Magazine. They are going to lie to you about what's happening in this trial. They are writing articles about how she is being abused on social media. This is it's an outrageous use of the media's power. Look at this. Look at what they are saying. Johnny Depp's victim blaming $50 million defamation trial against Amber Heard is all about the First Amendment, defense says. That's on Deadline.
Wow, that's close to defamation right by itself.
Page 6, Dominic Fike. I fantasize about hot Amber Heard beating me up. I mean, The Guardian. Amber Heard describes receiving death threats during trial. Oh, look at this. A witness hit Amber Heard's lawyer with a sick burn. That's true. That was the guy from TMZ getting Elaine. I could say that about you, Elaine, getting your 15 minutes by taking her as a client. Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, can there really be a winner on Sky News? Yeah, Johnny's winning. He won. He wins. Whatever the jury says, he still wins because everybody knows now. But I mean, this is the treachery of the media. I just want you to see it. Please see it. And then go click on my article and share it, because you know whose article deserves to be on the top 3 of Google searches? Mine, because I'm the one who tells you what's really going on here. And that's all I have to say about that.
Am I on still a crazy
Clicky click.
delay?
Yes.
I just heard it.
I heard it on your headphones.
I just heard it on his headphones. But go ahead, Gadfly. We'll be quiet so you can catch up to the delay and talk. Go now. Is Girlfly choking you? I don't know if he can hear us anymore.
I don't think he can. Yeah.
This is...
Yeah. She was.
Don't let Girlfly choke you like that. That's not okay. I think you can't hear us anymore. I don't know what happened. Ralu says, it's hard, Megan, when you have a client like Amber. Yeah, I'm sure it's very, very hard. And I hope to God that they've got documentation proving that they gave her advice she refused to take, because I guarantee you she's going to sue them if she can. Guarantee it.
We got Stephanie back.
It's sketchy in and out. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay. So I missed the last bit of Elaine's horrible, long.
You didn't miss anything.
What
But there
was
were
her
lots of objections. There were like 4 objections from Johnny's team, and they all went to the bench. And every time Elaine came back, she had to clarify what she had just said.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And she was going way off the scope. She was going like into irrelevant things like California's divorce laws and what
I thought that was totally not relevant. Did
And
she have to change the subject after that objection?
she kind of went back to, well, she only asked for $7 million. That's not true. We've all seen the letter. She asked for $60,000 a month, 3 penthouses, the cars, and $60,000 a month. She asked for a lot more than $7 million. She wanted 14 to begin with. Plus,
Did the jury get that evidence?
I think so.
So what was her parting line?
Gadfly is moving. Gadfly is moving to the chat. He'll be in the chat because he's on such a delay. What, Steph?
What was Elaine's parting line? Her parting shot?
Oh, who knows? It was bad.
It wasn't that forgettable.
Yeah, she was talking fast because she ended with 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
She
really literally, everyone was tuned out.
Totally. I don't know what she was saying.
Painful.
No, it's easy pass. So just go right through. Sorry,
I don't know what she was saying. I mean, it was like, I can't even tell you. But she had no lines, and neither did Rottenborn have anything like, it's me too without any me too. There was no, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit moment on their end. But
me
there were
too. Yeah, me too without any me too was pretty good. That was Ben Chu who said
very
that, right?
good. Very, yes. And
The last thing I remember her saying, because it was so poignant to me, was her telling the jury that they picked $100 million just as an arbitrary number, just because it was more than Johnny Depp's number. And she literally said, "We're not asking for that."
It's
like, wait a minute, you literally did ask for that. What are you talking about?
That was literally what you put in your pleadings. That was literally your request. And now you're saying, oh, we're not really asking you to give us $100 million.
Yeah, is that even allowed? Is that some kind of ethical breach? Are you allowed to just throw a crazy number out into the universe and say, you owe us $100 million for this terrible damage, and then in closing arguments say, well, it's not, we didn't really want $100 million. We just, because
we can't prove it.
We can't establish that she's
in my
owed
mind.
$100
If you say
million.
that and you're saying we're not even asking for what's true and correct, I mean, to me, it casts doubts in my mind of anything else they're saying being true and correct.
Exactly.
Well,
I might lose you guys because I'm about to go in the tunnel, but if it does, I'll try to come back.
You guys are locking onto a regional difference in the back east states. You put a number when you sue someone. You put a number on what the value of the case is. Out here in the West, we don't do that. We just allow the jury to determine that. So Johnny was literally required to put a number on the value of the case, and so she put one on response and two, and they don't really have much in. They don't necessarily bear any semblance to the damages they're going to prove. Elaine's closing. I was just thinking about this. This dawned on me. What she did is she did very formulaic trial advocacy closing arguments to a jury of going through, why she believes that the jury should do this thing or that thing, and giving them specific instructions on all of these different moving pieces of the puzzle. But she didn't have much in the way of eloquence in terms of what she was presenting.
All right.
There.
Well, it's even worse than that, Sean. I'm looking at Rekida's Twitter right now, and he was tweeting while the objections were going on. And he said, Elaine immediately misrepresents the law and jury instructions. I wouldn't hire Elaine Bredehoff to get me coffee. And then he said, Elaine, just without any irony, claimed Johnny Depp didn't deny the sexual assault allegations. She also misrepresented the legal standard of actual malice. So these were all the objections. He goes, if your lawyer ever says, I have the best person to do your closing argument, it's Elaine Bredehoff, settle immediately and for literally any amount. Elaine also just lied about their domestic violence expert's testimony. That was another objection. I don't need to show you all of the evidence, she said. Well, you may want to show them some of the evidence. She also, and then he also caught what we were saying, which was we sent a message back and said, fine, we'll sue you for $100 million, but we're not asking for $100 million. Like, they just admitted it. He said, holy shit, they admitted it. You can't do that, I don't think. I don't think you can do that in front of the jury, though, even if, and expect that to go well for you if you're saying to the jury, our claims are not legitimate. That's what it says.
That's what it seemed like to me. So
That's totally what it says. That's totally the message it gives. The message is, we don't even believe in our claim. So why should you believe in it?
So why should you? Why should you give a dime if we can't even put a real number on our claim? We couldn't prove to you how much money she lost because almost losing a job is not losing a job. She got paid every dime for Aquaman. She got paid $2 million for Aquaman because I can't say it any other way now.
And also she hasn't been fired or canned by L'Oreal, right?
No, she has not. She has not lost anything.
So
Gadfly says saying we're not asking for $100 million is a clear indication that they have no idea what their supposed damages are. Yeah. They don't.
And then her argument after that is like,
I think that's the real
just give
issue.
us something because she's a woman.
Right. I think that's the real issue. Is that they didn't go through talking about exactly what her damages should be. They didn't do that really well. And so therefore, then when she's coming back to that and she's just saying, we're not necessarily asking for $100 million, she's not then going, but you'll remember that we went through, if you apportion her damages this way, if you give her a daily, a per diem amount this way, you can generate a number like this. She didn't do any of that.
No, and in fact, their expert that was supposed to prove that, their expert that was there for the damages, that expert did not prove any of that. She just said, well, she may have made all of this money if her career continued on a trajectory that was going upward, as if that was a given. We've all seen Amber Heard's performances, and they are completely forgettable. I've seen 3 or 4 of her movies, and I cannot remember her in any of them. I literally can't remember her in any of them. So I do not understand how they can, with a straight face, say, well, she would have made all of this money. We can't actually show. Now, in Johnny's case, he was able to show, this is what I got paid for Pirates. This is how much money I would have got paid for Pirates 5, but I was dropped from it, and so I lost that money. Done. Boom. Over. Here's what I was getting paid for the Fantastic Beasts franchise, and then I got dropped from that movie. And so here's what I would have been paid for it if somebody else got paid for it. Boom. Done. Add it to the total. He asked for exactly how much money he lost of those 2 franchises. That's all he asked for, was the $50 million he would have made from those 2 franchises. And there's no doubt he would have made that money. I think he proved it, and I think she didn't. And they're admitting it in their closing arguments by saying we chose this number arbitrarily and we don't really want it. What? I've never heard of anything so dumb. Oh, wait, Stephanie, can we hear you?
Can't hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
once again, Amber's claiming she doesn't really want the money. It's not about the money. I don't really want the money. Yeah, right, Amber. I'm not buying it. She does really want the money.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I think we should just add some context to this discussion.
I think. Oh, that's one of my favorite memes.
Wow, that's great.
Gadfly says, I want to see a clip of Ben Chu's reaction to that closing line from Elaine. I guess she apologized to the jury. That was her closing line.
Apologize for what?
Keeping them there for 2 hours to listen. Oh, by the way, Rekida's got a timestamp that says that Elaine only has 6 minutes left for her rebuttal, but hold on, what did he say? The other side has like a half hour. He said that's really, really poor time management skills, which again, for $6 million, you think they'd be able to manage their time better. The plaintiffs have 39 minutes left. Defendants have 6.
Wow. Yeah, she went so long. It was just it was grueling just listening to them. And I think you're right, when you mentioned, that the average attention span being like 40, 45 minutes, when you get into that 2 hour mark, I mean, we're sitting here really trying to analyze this case, and it's hard to follow just because like it just drones and drones and drones and drones. It's terrible.
It is terrible. All right, so I want to make sure that I show you guys a couple of my favorite YouTubers who have been doing a really good job covering this Johnny stuff. And I just want to share that with you because, hold on, let me go over there and then I'll share the page. Another one of my favorite musical artists who's been doing really good work, and I think music is therapy, especially in these cases that are extremely crappy, that makes us all feel bad watching people like Amber Heard lie to us. Parody Whitney does hilarious parodies about this trial. My very favorite one is Johnny, which is a parody of Jolene by Dolly Parton, and it's so good. She has such a great voice, and she's just a terrific YouTuber, and she needs more. She should get a lot more subscribers. So I'm going to drop her link in the chat. You guys should go over there and check her out. Her channel is really growing with this trial. And that's one of the things. I think she went from like 300 subscribers to almost 6,000 just over this span of this trial. And I think it's really cool to see the smaller channels start growing. Real Housewives Recaps is another one that has been doing amazing work, lightening the mood, showing she is always posting compilations from TikTok videos and funny TikToks about this. And her and her husband, Jay, are doing a great job. They do like a little podcast and they are so funny. I love Jen and Jay. You guys should check them out. Go and subscribe. Also, John, did you get a chance to share? Have you shared your books and your comics and stuff? This is a good time to do it.
I have. I've shared it in the chat, but yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. We got to read your super chat though, Megan. Let's be good YouTubers here. So Jen Creed, thank you for the $4.99. Those headlines are indicative of why people seek out Joe Rogan and other independent media for their news rather than CNN. Legacy media is dead. Yeah, and I'll actually talk about this because the reason I actually know who Megan is I was reading just her articles, and it was just so refreshing to see somebody actually tell the truth and actually tell a side of the story that isn't just some corporate media slant. It's a beautiful thing, and I met her through that, and gosh, I mean, how many years ago was that now? 5.
Oh, gosh,
and I just have been
ago.
following her articles religiously. I just read PJ Media pretty much as my primary news source, and that's about it. I read Bounding Into Comics for entertainment, and
I
pretty
love
much throwing
Bounding Into
everything else
Comics,
away.
Yeah,
Cool.
and I want to talk about your books and your comics, John.
Sure.
I want to show the audience those because it's just, if you are a comics fan, if your kids are comics fans, you're going to find that a lot of the comics now have all this woke bullshit in it that's very forced, just like what they're doing to our TV shows, forcing everyone into woke ideology instead of focusing on fun. But John's comics are bringing fun back to comic books, and also still draws beautiful girls who are not, size 26 for some reason, which is what they all want to do now because fat is the new
They do that. There's two things we like to talk about in all this. In that they either like to make them large and in charge, yeah, or they like to give them a very boyish figure and then kind of do a big breast reduction. And so we intentionally, and my artist is a woman on this book, so she's actually annoyed with that herself in having to draw stuff, and she's been in the industry for 30 years. And so she actually, when she was drawing the concepts of this, like the first pass, she came back a day later and she said, you know what, I made the boobs bigger just as a big screw you to these people. And I said, that God bless you for doing that. We're very happy with that. But the beautiful stuff. The artist on the cover is Aaron Lopresti, who's one of the definitive artists for Wonder Woman. Like he actually was on Wonder Woman for I think 50 plus issues. Absolutely amazing. And we've just got a quality team of expert comic professionals, including myself. This is like my 39th issue of comics. And I think we've told a wonderful science fiction tale. So if you just like a lot of fun, a lot of action adventure, gosh, I would die to have a movie made of this. I'd cast Johnny Depp as
yes,
not as her, obviously. I mean, but you know, we are in 2022. Maybe we could. But yeah, but there's actually an interesting villain here. Even though he's not the villain in this case, I think he'd play that part really well.
Check it out, Girlfly. Girlfly always chooses the hottest girl character when playing board games. Well, who doesn't? It's fantasy. Yes. It's not real. And also, where are all the people complaining that Superman has his abs are too big or his arms are too big? Where are they?
Never.
The male superheroes are still allowed to look ridiculously overpumped, right? And nobody says anything about it. But the female superheroes have to look average. I don't get that at all. I'm not offended by it. Even as an overweight woman myself, I am not offended by skinny, big-boobed cartoon women. Please give me a break. It's okay to draw beautiful people. It's okay.
That's the point of fantasy anyway, is like we look at the idealized man or the idealized woman. If you look at Hollywood, I mean, for the most part, again, movies cast just beautiful people because that's what we want to look at for 2 hours.
Of course. You know? Nobody wants to see my fat rolls squeezing over my jeans. Nobody wants that. And we don't want to see it in cartoons either. Nobody needs that. Nobody, me included. I got to do something to get rid of that, but I don't know. No. It might be too late. 46.
No.
You can do it, Megan.
Not too late, Meg. We can't give
You got to take up. You got to take up tennis because you do tennis and it's like 10 miles. You run 10 miles in a match.
I think I would pass out and have a heart attack. All those people passing out, like dropping dead of heart attacks. That would be me if I started running at this age.
Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. Yeah.
But yeah, check it. Did you put the link in the chat so people can check out your Kickstarter and everything? Okay.
Yeah, I'll throw it in again too, just in case you guys missed it.
Can we talk about your books? So John has this series of fiction books that I love. He does. It's called what's the newest trilogy? Well, it's the one.
Do you like the Templar one? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, the Templar ones.
Okay.
My daughter loves those so much. And if you guys have noticed, if you have young people who love to read, if you've noticed, the young adult section is full of trash, absolute trash. It's sex, drugs, LGBTQ stuff that, like, who cares? Like, why are we pushing this? It's like this grooming nonsense. It's just not fun anymore. It's all politically minded with woke bullshit. You will not find that in John's books. They're just fun and adventurous and exciting. My daughter said that these books were so exciting. She was waiting by the mailbox, crying every day, going, it's not here yet. It's not here yet. That's how excited she was to get these books.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your daughter. Thank you very much. And yeah, this is just a lot of fun. We have a strong male lead, which is something that you don't usually have in 2022. So if you even in shows like Obi-Wan, which are coming out today, like Obi-Wan's in this, I'm not going to spoil too much, but there's really, like, they do this, even though the show's titled Obi-Wan, the woman is the lead character and he's kind of the tertiary one that kind of follows around. Doctor Strange, same thing. Scarlet Witch was really the star of that movie. It's a bait and switch every single time. And this is what's crazy about stuff these days. But I basically took a concept like a Star Wars style concept, and I took out all the Eastern religion parts of it because I'm a Catholic and I wanted to present a nice like Christian worldview. So I gave them like a very Christian worldview in this alien universe. It's not exact. It's its own thing. And tried to go from there as to what like Jedi type of knights would be like. And so if you like that sort of thing, if you like a lot of action, I think you'll enjoy
it's really
this.
cool. And you also have a
Yeah.
series that is like a steampunk series, which is super creative.
Yes.
And are you turning that into a graphic novel as well? Is that what I saw?
I'm working with an artist right now to do like a sample on it. And
For
yeah,
Steam
like
Country. Yeah.
I really this is my bestseller by far. But yeah, I'm working on it because I love the visuals of steampunk, so I would like to see it in that kind of form also. So we'll see what happens with that. But right now, I'm actually my editor's doing the 6th novel in this series, and so we should have the 6th novel out this summer sometime. Yeah.
Well, that is really exciting. And then I love
Cool.
supporting content creators that are outside the mainstream. These are creators that John's a type of creator that is not going to be pushed by any publishing company because he doesn't go with the narrative. He's not pushing the kind of stuff that's in the books with the raunchy sex stuff and the raunch everywhere and the debauchery. And these are the kind of people we need to support. Pick up if you are interested in any of these. If anything spoke to you, they make great gifts. They're safe for kids to read. You're not going to have any explaining to do when they're reading these books, which is great. Teens, I mean, probably not young ones, but teens.
Actually, my kid read Justified when he was 10, and I think that's okay. There's a lot of violence in these, so I'd probably not do that beneath that. But yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
12 and up is easy, no problem. Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, John, because I just appreciate people like you. And there are a lot of content creators out there who are going against the narrative, against the grain, and I like supporting them. So that's why I'm so happy to have you here. And they are coming back, by the way. They're on lunch. No, not right now. They're on. I should tell you, check the countdown, because isn't there a countdown?
It says 4 seconds, but they've been doing these countdowns and going to clips of earlier. So I'm seeing what they're returning to right now. Right now, it's nothing yet.
Seconds. John is monitoring it, so don't worry about it.
I'm monitoring it.
I've got some more stuff. I've got some more stuff to show you.
I guess I'll highlight my YouTube real quick too, since
go
since
ahead.
you guys tend to like me on YouTube. Make sure to give me a subscribe. I've gotten a bunch of subscribers from the chat already, so thank you guys so much for coming in. John's YouTube, and there's all my metrics. I cover mostly like entertainment stuff, like what's interesting. Like they just came out with a Batman comic where Batman is refusing to help the small businesses in his city when Antifa's rioting, basically saying that he stands there and he goes, "Insurance will cover this. It's not my business to help these people." I'm dead serious.
No.
I'm like, you got to be crazy.
No.
This is not Batman. It's very sad.
No, that's ridiculous.
I know.
Come on.
So I try to cover entertainment topics like that. For the Obi-Wan series, they're already making a narrative saying that the fans are racist before it even comes out. Yes, and I don't know if you guys heard about.
Yeah, because every time you don't like a Star Wars film, you're a racist. You're a dirty racist. That's
right.
What you are. If you don't
and
like
then,
Star
of course,
Wars,
my favorite period crunch cereal yesterday. That's an interesting thing.
John, Dolly says her grandson would like to draw you something. And
I would love that. That'd be great.
You can send that to John. Where's the best place to send that to you, John? Your email or
Dolly, you're on Facebook. I'm Jon Del Arroz on Facebook, and nobody has my name in the entire world, so you can find me.
So send it to him on Facebook
right
Messenger. And you can find him there if you want to send, if your son wants to send you a drawing. He loves those. I've sent him my daughter's drawings as well.
I really appreciate that.
It's a really cool thing. John is really responsive to his young fans as well. And if you want an autographed copy of any of his books, you can get that from John. You just have to send him your address, and you can Venmo or PayPal him directly for the books, and he will sign them and send them. I have all of the ones I have from him are signed.
The thing is, like, I value people as customers, as fans, as friends, and a lot of like the corporate entertainment, they don't. And so, like, however you want my book, if you want it directly from me, I'm going to service you as a customer. If you want it from Amazon, that's great. If you want to back the Kickstarter, that's great. If you just want to watch my videos, I don't care. I love people hanging out, and I appreciate you all being there, no matter how you like to support. Appreciate it. Cool. Thanks, Gadfly, by the way.
They are supposed to be back after an hour, and I don't think we've been here for an hour yet. I don't think we have been. Did you drop the link to your YouTube? Yeah, he did. Okay, good.
Yeah, they're still doing reporters talking about
yeah,
it.
it's nothing's happening. Don't worry, nothing's happening. But I do want to show you something. I want to
John,
show.
are you on the West Coast?
He is.
Yeah, I'm in California.
Trying to see this. Okay. All right, you guys, I want to show you this. John probably didn't get to it this morning. You didn't talk about the Hicksville trailer people, did you?
No, I was completely not even awake by the time that we
Okay.
started this stream. It was
All right.
amazing. Yeah.
Let's look
you know
at
what,
this.
Megan? You really should have given John and me Starbucks cards.
I should
She
have.
just gave me like 30 new subscribers, so I'm good with that.
Yeah, see, that helps. But poor Sean, he doesn't have a channel that I can push. All
Sorry,
right.
Sean.
I got
This-
a website,
Oh, you do? Well, what is it?
unethicalkarma.com.
Oh, well, I'm going to put it down here.
Unethicalkarma.com. I'm going right now.
Karma.com.
It's my website where I teach people how to file bar complaints against unethical attorneys.
Oh,
And
good
you're
for
just
you.
telling me this now? You've been here for 6 weeks.
I've told you this many times before.
We didn't talk about it on the stream.
No.
Everybody get over to unethicalkarma.com and put a bookmark there and read that.
Yeah, it's where I talk a little bit about my odyssey through the family court system and, tangling with what I believe is the most unethical attorney I've ever seen in 15 years of practicing law.
That's awesome. I'm glad that you have that.
And the ridiculous nightmare that's just not over.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that. Family law and family court is a disaster in this country, and it's great that we're kind of getting an inside look into it, even though this is not technically family court. It's very similar. This Morgan Knight person, I love how he changed his name, by the way. This is the man was the manager of the Hicksville Trailer Palace that you saw on the stand, who said he saw Johnny cowering in fear from Amber when she was screaming at him that night. Well, he's on Twitter, and he said that those two ladies he said just talked to Jenna and Christy. Those were the two innkeepers and housekeeper who worked there the night that this all happened. He said just talked to them for the first time about that night since the morning after Depp and her stay, not 7 Elaine years ago. I had forgotten this story, but totally on par with my experience of Amber Heard throughout the night and morning. Jenna spent a lot more time with JD than I did. So we're going to read through Jenna's account of what happened in Hicksville that night.
Oh boy.
In light of Amber testifying vehemently under oath this morning that Morgan Knight was not even at Hicksville, and therefore I also apparently didn't exist either, let me tell you a story from that night. There was another instance of Amber Heard's jealousy I experienced at the campfire that Morgan was inside for. JD and I had been playing guitar and chatting for quite some time at the fire. We weren't engaging Amber and her friends during this, just each other, really hitting it off. At one point, I kept glancing over and noticing Amber sitting silently across the fire and glaring at us, specifically me. She was throwing daggers in my direction, head tilted down, with an icy expression on her face, just staring at me. This was starting to make me very uncomfortable. I got the feeling she was jealous and upset that JD and I were talking so much and that he was not engaging her and her friends. So after a while of this, I looked over at Amber and cracked a joke and tried to break the ice. I playfully said, "Hey, Amber, your man is really charming and handsome and all, but don't worry, I'm a full-on lesbian," and laughed. Johnny laughed also and said, "Yeah, Amber, can't you tell? It's obvious," which was absolutely hilarious. Then her expression went from an icy glare to her face immediately breaking into a beaming smile, and she said, "OMG, I was a lesbian too before I met Johnny. I was married to a woman for like 5 years." I remember that quote verbatim. I remember thinking, well, you either are a lesbian or you aren't, regardless of what man comes along. It's okay to be bisexual, but I just laughed and said, "That's great, Amber." And I remember it unnerving me how quickly her face and behavior changed in an instant. But I was just glad that it broke the tension. She was nicer and more easygoing for a little while after that. Eventually, she went back to seeming upset that JD and I were still talking.
Wow. So that's interesting because their whole case on the Amber Heard's side keeps talking about how Johnny's the jealous and controlling one in the relationship, but it seems like it's just complete projection, and that it's everything they're saying is the way Amber acts towards Johnny.
Yeah, it's the projection thing, and this is what people with her disorders do. The projection is a real thing that they do. Now, here's another something interesting. Hold on.
I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the gaslighting that we have felt throughout this entire trial. It's like coming off of her and going on to us because she's trying to gaslight us too. Now, did Amber Heard steal the microwave baby story? Rebecca Vardy pictured in Colleen Rooney. Rebecca Vardy felt suicidal after trolls' sick jibe about putting her baby in a microwave. And that was in 2020. So we've already heard that Amber Heard stole the abuse story of her assistant and told that on the stand. But now they're saying she stole the baby in the microwave story.
Oh, geez.
Now, unless there are a bunch of trolls out there who use this joke, is this a usual troll to say, I want to microwave your baby? Because I've literally never heard it.
I'm no expert on trolling, as my audience will attest, but
sure.
But no, honestly, like I don't really hear anything like this. Yeah, I've never microwaved a baby either. I can promise that. Yes.
Disavow.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, that's
not something I've heard a lot. Yeah.
This is what people with her sort of disorder do. They pick things up from everywhere else that sounds plausible, that sounds like something that could happen. And then they spin it around in their mind over and over and over again until they feel very intensely about it. And their emotional facts become their subjective facts. And because they believe it so much, they're able to express it with such conviction that they're able to suck other people also into their delusion. Very effective.
I've got a guy who I kind of got you get some weird people in comic books, believe it or not. And I've got a guy who kind of he's kind of a weird stalker of mine, and he does a similar thing. I've seen him make little statements just like this. One of which I was watching it, and he was talking about his daughters going out to a mall and getting into a fight. And I started listening to it after a while, and I'm like, this sounds really familiar. And I realized, oh my gosh, this is from Cobra Kai. This was the plot of Cobra Kai. And he's just stating it as if it's happening in Israel. Yeah, it was exact verbatim. It was amazing. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So these things do happen. These people with these disorders absolutely do lift stories. And I don't know whether they do it consciously or subconsciously, but then they try to like apply it to their own life to get that attention and sympathy. Yeah.
Oh, court's back, John.
Oh, court's back. All right. Let's go, everybody.
Just now. Don't worry, everybody.
You need the Law and Order. You need the Law and Order. Dun dun.
Or the TMZ. Dun dun dun.
Yes.
I love that he did that on the stand. I was laughing that he did that on the stand.
What's this is your stream.
That's my stream.
My bad. I'm boomering again, guys. Here we go.
It's all right. It's only the jury walking in at the moment, so we've got a couple of seconds here. All right. Do I have it on? Do I have it on mute? Where's the sound?
Do you have it on mute, or is it might be my not sharing the sound?
Here,
correctly.
I got it. Here, I got it because mine's working. So hold on.
I've got it back up. Whoops. Sorry. Did I usurp you? It's working.
Hello?
Hi, Camille.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Sines and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage.
Ooh, she's pissed now.
They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Schell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again.
Don't let them gaslight you.
She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's a difference. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our US Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base the claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse. And then
Say
she
it.
gave a
Say it.
performance where she passionately repeated those made up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here supporting her brother, Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world, Keenan Wyatt,
Weeped?
who doesn't work for Mr. Depp,
think she
Sean
meant
Betts,
wept.
a former LA Sheriff's Department, Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK, Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine, Travis McGivern, also another former police officer, Ben King, he worked
She's
for the Queen of
smirking
England.
again.
David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, Ms. Heard's doctor, and yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse, Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse,
Gosh, she can't even keep up the
Officer
sad
Science,
appearance.
an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building, Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Tara Roberts, Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager, Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California, Morgan Knight, Beverly Leonard, Morgan Tremaine, and Kate Moss. And all the other
Kate
witnesses
Moss.
whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there is clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment when he made the statements. Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard. 2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard, finally. Nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There's evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya.
Brutal.
But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements, buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered, that it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout the relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine featuring prominently
Elaine's laughing.
loan out company.
They're both laughing.
Production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs. That's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have
She's
had
laughing.
serious injuries.
She rolled her eyes.
That would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from. and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp.
That's
We are here
right.
because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016, and you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it or you believe none of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth. And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is.
Trying not
Amber's
to laugh.
losing
And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that
What
he
is
said those
happening
things,
with her
and he said
face?
things that he shouldn't have.
Oh, there.
But using bad language and colorful humor does not
What?
mean that you are a violent abuser.
What is
And
happening?
ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've
That
heard
was
her
so
admit
inappropriate.
to violence.
And her lawyers did it with
Ms.
her.
Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse. Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Rottenborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her. Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight, none of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety?
She's trying not to laugh. She is
nodding
holding a
off
laugh inside.
with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket.
What are they doing?
Or asleep on the ground. What
I think they
sort of
keep looking
person
back
does
at her
that?
sister.
Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her. He had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him? Mr. Rottenborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse. And Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal closing.
Woo! Good work, Camille.
Wow, standing ovation, Camille, standing ovation. Aw, he's petting her. Okay, so 6 minutes is all that the defense has left because they're very bad time managers. And they only have 6 minutes to rebut that almost 40-minute statement.
Are courts pretty good about keeping them to these time limits
This
for the attorneys
judge
here?
will blow a horn and grab a hook and hook you off. That's what I have been told. This judge is no joke. She keeps her promises.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that
she will.
In both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who are on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes, not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was, and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decide to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard
There's no
her
freedom
voice
to
back.
lie.
Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn.
He had like 20
Members of
seconds
the jury,
left.
this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately. Okay, so when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So, for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If
Thank you
you
for the
say
super
yes
sticker.
for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5. Okay, so that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that. Okay. All right. Now, for the tough part, you may remember at the beginning of this case, I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates. Okay.
Oh boy,
we still have
here
2
we go.
alternates left. And the numbers were placed in the envelope from the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you. And I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and not get a chance to live at
this point.
But that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time. And you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service and you will join the deliberations and they'll start again and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right?
Number 9 is saved. Number 9 is saved.
Those jurors are excused and also the remaining jurors
Everybody's
can retire now.
favorite juror, number 9.
Okay, so thank you all, okay?
Now, I don't know which ones are which. 3 and 14, she said? Is 3 and 14?
Think so.
Okay, hold on. We got to find out who they are. Which ones? Because we have detailed descriptions on all of them somewhere. Hold on.
I hope it wasn't the guy who takes out his hearing aids.
No, I think that's number 9.
Okay, he's my fave.
Right, who's like, I just, oh, DUI guy says number 3 and number 14 just got pulled off the jury. I have a very good feeling about this jury.
Excellent.
So we're good. So if he's been paying attention, he's been in the courtroom. So I'm sure we're going to get more information soon. All right, what's happening here? Is she frozen?
No.
Oh, it's for. Is it the feed? No, feed's
No,
not
they're-
frozen. It's just that one frame.
Oh,
They're,
the one.
they're
Yeah.
standing for the jury leaving.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So this is exciting. They're going to be. So Runkle of the Bailey says he thinks, and he's been in the courtroom, this jury hates Amber Heard. They are done.
Thank
They
the
are
attorneys and
submit-
litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me, okay? And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star, okay? So, yes.
Judy's the court reporter.
Well, that's a first, okay.
Shut up, Elaine.
What is she saying?
She's kissing the judge's
Thank you
ass.
so much. Yeah.
She's ass kissing.
All right.
That is one thing on which, Ms. Prederhoft, and we respectfully agree. Completely.
Oh.
Completely agree.
Well, good. I'm glad on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Okay, you want to approach? Sure.
Wow. Okay. So the chat was asking about Judge Penny. Is Judge Penny married? Yes, she is. She's married, and
man?
Yes. Yeah, I know. Everybody was asking that, but yes, she is married to a man.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Law and Lumber practices in that Fairfax courthouse. He's very familiar with Judge Penny, and he says that she has a very good reputation in that courthouse. Thank you, Roxanne, for the $5 super sticker. That she has a very good reputation in the Fairfax, Virginia courthouse as being a very fair judge. And I think we saw that. I think we saw that quite often. I mean, she did not appear to take sides. They both won and lost on certain things. Objections were pretty split. Except when it came down to those closing arguments. Boy, she overruled every objection that Rottenborn was making, but I think she sustained all the objections on the other side. Because every time Elaine came back to the jury, she changed her question, she changed her statements a little. So this is pretty interesting. I'm going to go over to Twitter. Why don't you guys give me your thoughts so far?
I wanted to say that I do have to go because I'm on the road. I hope you guys can hear me okay. But
yeah.
But it has been a crazy trial. I'm gonna DM you, Megan. Please, let me know if there's any emergency jury coming back from deliberation. But either way, it's been pretty wild. I think that the closing statements were much better on Johnny Depp's side. I mean, obviously, I'm coming in with the bias of watching the whole trial, but so is the jury, I guess. And I just don't see how Rottenborn literally going up there and saying that the cops are on Johnny's payroll. I don't think that's gonna work for their side at all. But good luck to Johnny, and bad luck to Amber Heard's team. I hope that it goes the way that.
Yeah, us too. Cool. Thanks, Gadfly, for being here today. We sure appreciate you doing that, even when you're on the road, on your way to vacation. I mean, that's dedication. I'll make sure I DM you if anything happens. Now, Runkle of the Bailey does say that he's in the courthouse. He thinks this jury is sick of her shit and that they are ready to come back with a decision today. He thinks that they are
crazy.
He thinks they're coming back today. I think that's really. It's 3:00. I think there's no chance. I think they're also going to be very concerned about how it looks if they were to come back too soon. And they're going to have to at least pretend that they gave all those jury instructions the magnifying glass. And so I think it will not come back any earlier than Tuesday. What say you, Sean?
I think you're completely right. I mean, I've never actually served on a jury. I've always gotten kicked off of them.
Me too.
Right, but from everyone that I've ever spoken to about that, those people take that responsibility very, very seriously. So even if say they want to rule for Johnny or Amber, just sort of off, just right away, and that doesn't change, they still got to work through the issue of damages. Right. And we're talking about millions of dollars here, and that's a significant thing.
Okay, then again, we are also watching a trial that is out of this world crazy. So there is no doubt in my mind that they actually could come back They could come back and completely surprise me and just get it over with because they're saying, well, it's Memorial Day weekend and we want to get home and enjoy our barbecues and not come back to this $30 a day shit show for one more second. So it's possible. I don't think it's likely. But then again, this court case has just been nuts. What do you think, Stephanie?
I think it's highly unlikely. Hey guys, can you turn that down off for a minute? Sorry. Highly unlikely that they will come back today. However, I do agree with Runkle or whoever said that if they're that sick of it, it's possible that they just go in there and say, do any of us believe her? Do any of us believe her? And if none of them believe her, then what is there for them to figure out?
Yeah.
All they have to figure out then is how much she damaged him.
Right.
I mean, it's not likely though, because it's 3:00, except I will remind you that Judge Penny did say last week or whenever she first talked about when the jury goes out, that she would let them stay. They don't have to leave at 4:30. I mean, they can stay a little bit later. She said, I won't be serving dinner, but you guys, if you're deliberating, you can stay longer.
But what happens if they're deliberating
and
past
it's so
5?
exciting, by the way, when you're waiting for a jury to come back, it's like, it depends on the courtroom, depends on the courthouse. I mean, sometimes judges
Could
are
she
like,
call?
okay,
Could she call at 6:00 and be like, the jury's done, we're doing this now?
she could.
Mhm.
If she has
Wow.
her staff, if she has the staff, the court reporter and the people doing the recording willing
Yeah.
to come back and do all the stuff, she could.
Wow. Okay. Well,
Interesting.
then that's possible. It's possible. Would she possibly convene on a Saturday?
No,
No.
I don't.
So if it is going to happen quickly, it has to happen tonight. If it's not happening tonight, it's definitely not happening until Tuesday because Monday is a holiday. Monday's a holiday. Court's not in session. Tuesday is the first day they could come back.
But
Man, this is exciting.
How miserable for that jury that if they have to go home to their Memorial Day picnics and they can't talk about what everyone else in the entire country is talking about. They have to talk about something else at their barbecues.
That's going to be brutal.
And there's one thing on that which I think is kind of interesting is if they do go over the weekend, I think that the chances of something bizarro happening go up. Like a juror getting disqualified because they do talk.
Totally agree. Totally agree. This jury is not sequestered. They go home. They go do whatever
they're
they
not
do.
sequestered, which is so bizarre.
Everyone in the world has a cell phone everywhere they go.
Yeah.
People are going to be out in public places taking videos. There probably are people following these poor people around. I mean, would you be surprised with this much money on the line? So
they're
drinking a couple of mega pints, and then the lips get loose, and then somebody feeds that to TMZ now because we all know how to do it.
We've all researched how to send tips to TMZ.
Can you imagine?
But no, I mean, you're right.
Yes, I
You're
can.
right. John, what do you think? What are your thoughts on the quickness of the return possibly and on the challenges that the jury's going to have now?
I just think there's not enough time to just, at least even for appearances, to give for a jury to come out. There's just no way it's going to happen that quickly. It's too bad. It's a 3-day weekend and this whole deal has to happen. But even if their minds are made up, they just can't do it. So I think that Camille was extremely compelling at the end. You could tell there was like real emotion in her voice. She really is just fed up with the other side, and that passion comes across. I would say that even in the closing, Rottenbum. I know I'm pronouncing, but he actually sounded a little shaky to me. And so I heard a little faltering in his voice there, and that's just a little bit of body language. You could see that Amber Heard was sitting there smirking and laughing through the whole thing, which really I think plays against any sympathy for her as a woman. When you see that, if she was actually not happy, like Johnny Depp comes across, I think that generates more sympathy with the jury than this kind of like brushing this sort of thing off and being dismissive.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that because that was one of the things that I also picked up on myself was that the emotion in Camille's voice. I think that's what made her rebuttal and her close completely understandable and relatable to the jury. When Rottenborn started talking and he had no real conviction behind his speech, I checked out. I was like, well, this guy doesn't believe it, so why should I? He didn't sound outraged for his client.
No.
Either does Elaine. She's trying to whip up the outrage with her hands. She's trying desperately with her hands to get something going here, but it's not coming from here. It's not coming from
Yeah.
here. Whereas Camille's perfectly still, but she has had it. She is up to here with this shit. Like, she's done. And you can hear that in her voice. And that to me sold it to the jury. And I'm so tired. I'm yawning, like even through Camille, because it's catching up to me how little sleep I've had over the last 6 weeks, and I'm sure that everyone is feeling this way, the jury. But even as I'm yawning, I'm still hearing Camille, and it's coming through, even though I'm tired. But as soon as Rottenborn opens his mouth, I'm literally like, huh? What?
Yeah.
Huh? We're all tired, and the jury must be tired. The jury must be exhausted. They're up so early every day, and the poor guy with his hearing aid. And I'm telling you, that kind of presenting, I mean, as a person in broadcasting, you have to have some kind of fire under there. You have to have some kind of passion under there, or nobody's going to listen to you go.
It's literally their job to be up there as a trial attorney, to be persuasive and give persuasive speech. It's like you would think they'd be a little more fired up. It's bizarre.
Yeah, there just wasn't, and it was funny to watch Elaine try to fire up the crowd with this motion. Still, like, was she conducting an orchestra? Like what is she trying to do? Like, trying to get the energy moving, like realizing almost that what I'm doing isn't working, so I better start doing these motions. That's not persuasion. That's desperation, and we've had enough.
The word I use for Elaine's argument is frantic. It was frantic.
Frantic. Yes, they had bad
And
time
it
management.
got faster and faster and faster because she knew she was running out of time. It's like, Elaine, please stop with the word salad all over the place.
I liked it when
can't.
I liked it when she would say things like this. That doesn't matter, and I don't need to show you that evidence. But versus Camille, she's lying to you. She's been lying to you from the beginning. This woman has lied. There are binders full of lies. We have evidence. Her own evidence shows she's lying. I mean, you could hear it coming from her. She's convicted about it. She knows it's true. That truth energy is coming through her to the jury, and they're just being bombed by all that truth and that conviction.
Let's talk about the meaning behind Camille's choice of clothing.
Oh, yes.
I mean, number one, it was white again, which was good.
Number two, she knows was a hit, because when the sunlight came in on her and she was in white, she began to glow. Her whole body was glowing.
Yeah. Number two, it was extremely feminine. It was extremely feminine.
With the bow on the back. Did you see the bow on the back?
Yeah, and
I'm like dying. We have to find out. We have to find out where that suit is from and where can we get one, because I need it.
One. I need that peplum in my life.
That suit. That suit is so amazing, super classy, but also that is the color white symbolizes something going back into American history that resonates with you, whether you know it or not. Because as a child, you will have seen a black and white cowboy movie at some point, and the villain always wore a black hat, and the hero always wore a white hat. And for all of our American history, the white hat, the white suit is the hero. And that registers with you, whether you know it or not. Johnny's team is so psychologically good. They deserve every penny. And it started with Camille in the first place. She was chosen for a reason. She was chosen because she's actually more beautiful than Amber Heard. She is physically more appealing than Amber Heard, because the second she opens her mouth, what comes out? Not only is she beautiful on the outside, but the second she opens her mouth, what comes out is beauty on the inside. This is the striking difference. They chose her to be the white hat to the black beast. That's what they chose her to be. Amber, dressed in all black like a dominatrix all the time, in that really those dark colors and the sharp suits, dressed like Chairman Mao. What do? They put Camille up there in a feminine. No man could wear what Camille was wearing. Whereas if you put a man in what Amber was wearing, it would look kind of normal. We've seen Chairman Mao in the same suit. We've seen Kim Jong-il, Hillary Clinton. It's a very masculine look.
Yeah, I
And
thought
yet,
it was very bizarre. Like she, I mean, very broad shoulders, and I'm just like, it actually doesn't match her physique either. So it's kind of it looks out of place. Like there's something wrong there.
Of
I
course.
don't know. I think I could totally rock Camille's outfit today.
Staying alive. Staying
Sorry,
alive.
man.
With a pair of white pumps and a push-up,
If you want Sean to do that, send super chat so we can buy him the dress.
I'm not here for that, Sean. I'm out if you're doing that.
Stephanie's like, I do not endorse. Disavow.
Disavow. Okay,
Oh.
but let's get back to the issue of why would she choose such a feminine dress? And
Yeah.
I think it's on purpose. It's totally on purpose to say, like, Amber, in your face, you thought you could use that woman power.
Right.
You thought you could use that sexual attraction power to pull this man into your web and then destroy him. And it's going to be a woman power
That takes you
delivers
down
him from that thing you attempted to do.
Yep.
It's going to be real pure
Absolutely.
woman power instead of evil woman power that saves
Which
him
is,
from
of
this. And I
course,
think it's
what we
super smart
should be
of their
focusing
team.
on. This is what we should be focusing on,
yeah.
because this Me Too thing and this saying, oh, the Me Too movement, believe all women. Well, yeah. How about we believe Camille? How about we believe Kate Moss? How about we believe the women that came forward on behalf of Johnny Depp, his island manager? Do we believe her? Should we believe? Come on now. Putting Camille
How about the woman that Amber went to live? The sister went to live with, her boss. How about that woman?
Jennifer Howell. Do we believe her?
She was believable.
Totally believable. I just don't understand how you can say believe all women, and yet there's a whole team of women coming out on behalf of Johnny Depp, but we don't believe them. That happened in Justice Kavanaugh's case too. I think like 170 women who he had worked with signed a letter saying that this man has been the most professional and helped me with my career and never did anything to anybody. But we don't believe those women. We throw those women under the bus. We only believe the women who are doing the accusing, and that's ridiculous. Oh yes, thank you, Penguin Overlord. Do we believe the female police officers? Do we believe? So I love putting Camille Vasquez opposite Amber Heard, and they did it visually, and they do it psychologically, and it works really well. Really well. Girl by the Numbers wants to know if you're driving in England. No, see, she's not driving. She's riding, which
I'm
is
in
why
the back seat. My daughter is driving on
What?
95.
My niece, my
I'm so proud.
16-year-old niece is driving on the highway.
Oh no.
Proud of her in the rain,
Holy
in a thundstorm.
crap. Well,
She
Stephanie's not a
rocks.
great driver, so she's probably in good hands.
Knock
because
it off.
When you drive with my sister, it is like an exercise in terror.
Have not had an accident in decades. Which is more than we can say for you. And I
It's
have
true.
Ooh.
I backed into her car. All right,
and the
I backed into
photograph
it.
of your husband's face at the game after that happened,
It's
I will
true.
treasure forever.
Well,
It is
he
the
won't.
funniest picture ever.
My car had got $3,000 worth of damage that day, and I still haven't fixed it. He's still not happy. Thanks, Track 2, for the $3 super sticker. We sure do appreciate you. You are now officially my favorite chatter of the moment. If you want to be my next favorite chatter, you can send a super sticker, and I will kick Track 2 right to the curb. All right.
Meg,
yes?
can you please talk about what we're all going to do when it's really over?
Yeah, okay, let's talk about
Because I
that.
really can't think about what my life is going to be like when this is really over, because I love you guys.
Well, John and I were actually talking about this last night, and I think that what we have discovered here is that we have this great chat, right? You guys have built this community. Girl by the Numbers wants to be the next favorite. Thank you, Girl by the Numbers. You have beaten out track 2 where he's out. You're in. Thank you for the super sticker. We sure appreciate that. You are now the favorite. Oh, for crying out loud, DJ Southpaw.
Look at this.
DJ Southpaw wants in on that too. Well, you are now the favorite, DJ, and
I
I
want
sure
my
appreciate
Starbucks
you.
card.
Gosh, I want some tips. I'm not getting anything here.
I'll give you,
All I get is abuse. Abuse
I'll give you
from
a
that
tip.
girl.
I'll give you a tip. Don't let your 16-year-old drive you on the road.
All I get is Megan making comments about my bad driving skills.
Stop it.
I'll have you know, don't be worried. Nana is the one running this. She's in the passenger seat
Oh,
up
good.
front, and she's handling the,
Good.
instruction.
Good work, Nana.
Vilma Beauty Studio has now taken over the top spot of the super chatters. Thank you for the super sticker. £3. Is that a pound sign? Is that from England? I love
think
it
it's-
when we get
is it?
Euros.
Yeah.
Euros.
Euros.
Lisa will not be defeated. Lisa's
Ooh,
coming
Lisa.
back in. Lisa, you are now the favorite. And you've always been the favorite, but you know that. I think personally that Mimsy says, I pledge 7 million. Well, it's as good as done. I'm going to go get myself a Ferrari. And we all know. So you're asking, what are we going to do after this trial is over? Well, this is something we were actually talking about last night. We love this community. We love you guys in the chat. You guys have all been so positive, so funny, creating memes. This show is all, it's really you. It's you and our interaction with you. And so we're not going to get rid of you. We're not going to leave you hanging. We're going to provide you some more content in the coming days. Now, I am not, and I can promise you this, I am not going to be sitting here for 8 hours a day live streaming, okay? Because I can't keep up this schedule anymore. But for crying out loud, we will definitely, we're deciding to do at least a once a week live stream for this chat with a couple of people. Gadfly is probably going to be involved. John's going to be involved. We will have rotating guests in and out. Stephanie is going to be involved. Sean, I'm sure, will come back because he always has good things to say. And we will be following culture. We will be following all kinds of whatever's going on. I always follow these trials, by the way. So if another big one comes along, I can guarantee you I'll fire up the live stream and we will do it again. Noemi,
Plus, I'm the best. I'm
thanks
the
for the
best
super
seat
sticker.
dancer out of all of you.
The seat dance. It's true.
That's true.
Sean's got the seat
I'll give you that.
dancing down. He
I
is.
want another opportunity to do the seat dancing. I wasn't really trying. I have never really tried yet. I'm just saying.
Noemi has sent a sticker. Thank you, Noemi. You are now my new favorite. Wait, Penguin Overlord came in there. He got you right there. Bang goes my birthday takeaway money. Thank
Happy
you.
birthday, Penguin Overlord.
Happy birthday. But Andrea kicks Penguin out because Andrea's here. Here's the super chat to help fix your car. My car's never getting fixed. There's never $3,000 to fix a dent in your trunk. I just have to drive around looking like a
I think that's a
ne'er-do-well.
challenge, chat.
Yeah. There just never is. There just never is. Every time $3,000 comes around, it goes to pay a bigger bill. Jen Cree, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, everyone needs to have a Pirates of the Caribbean themed party when this is over. Well, Jen, I am considering setting up a D&D, a live stream D&D, Depp v. Heard, vampire hunting, Dungeons and Dragons event. And I know John will play. He has to.
I'm
play.
in.
You're in. Okay.
I haven't played D&D in years.
Well, you're going to have to. Wouldn't that be fun?
That'd be fun.
You're gonna have to.
You're going to have to now. So it's just, we're pulling you in. And Rora says, thank you for the super chat. Megan, big fan of your commentary and coverage. Love your sister and Sean's insights. And I love Gadfly. John, you're out, apparently.
I'm out. See you guys.
We'll still be watching your channel no matter what you cover.
I'm discount Gadfly today. That's right. I've kind of got a little beard, but I don't have the hair,
Discount Gadfly. That's so funny. Stacey Adams says, your channel is fun. And that's what it's all about. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to keep the fun going because you know what? The news is depressing. Everything sucks. Gas is too high. Meat isn't expensive. We're all going to be eating peanut butter and spaghetti. And the least I can do is try to make you laugh because what the hell else are we going to do, right, John?
I know. That's all I do is just laugh at the crazy absurdity that's going on. That's kind of been my MO for a while. It frustrates people. What's interesting is there's people who get really angry at it. But you know what? We do just got to have fun. And I'm sorry that people like Amber Heard don't want us to have fun. But, we don't listen to them.
Yeah, exactly. But we're not listening to them. I'm so glad that you guys, some of you have really been, you get here at 8:30 in the morning and you are sitting there waiting from 8 o'clock and you're here all day. Shawnette, she says, been on the channel all day, every day. Megan Fox Marathon. I got one of you sent me a picture of your cat watching us on the big screen in your house. I cannot tell you. In fact, I got to pull that up. I have it. Hold on. I sent it to Gadfly.
8:30. 8:30. You want people to be, at 8:30. I dragged my pretty ass out of bed at 5:30 for you this morning.
But these people are from all over the world. God knows where they're coming from. Look at this. Look at this picture. This is someone's cat watching us on the big screen. Isn't that amazing? Chat Cat.
Love it.
That's Chat Cat watching us on the big screen. I've always wanted to be on the big screen, and now we can be. And it makes me laugh when Elaine kept asking everybody, you just wanted to be on television, didn't you? Like, what's television, Elaine? Did you mean YouTube? Like, literally nobody watches television anymore.
She meant to say the Twitters. That's what
And
she
that
calls it.
And Mr. Umbrella Man, did you Twitters with Mr. Umbrella Man?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the Umbrella Man, the Umbrella Man, the Umbrella Man? Good Lord. Oh, look at this. Penguin Overlord says, 5:30. I was here at 4:20 a.m. in the UK time with 9 hours to go. You guys are dedicated, so we're not going to leave you behind. We're not going to...
It's been that popular overseas. Wow.
Yes, and Australia and South Africa and Belgium. I have people here in Ireland, Scotland. It's incredible. LD Dixon, you are now my favorite super chatter. You have provided fantastic coverage of this trial. Thank you. And the coverage is not done.
Hey, chatter, tell us where you're from.
Yeah, Brazil. Look at this.
Wow.
Brazil.
Hey, Brazil's awesome.
Sweden, too. Look at this. Sweden. And today is Johnny Depp's daughter's birthday, Lily Rose's birthday. So happy birthday, Lily Rose.
Ew, that means she went and filed that domestic violence
Yes, she
thing
did.
against him on Lily Rose's birthday?
Yeah, you didn't know that? Oh, and get this. She also did something the day his mother died that was hideous. Was it the accusing of the abuse on the day his mother died? It was something terrible. So she's taking the days away from him, his important days. But today, let today always be known as not only Lily Rose's birthday, but the day that Johnny Depp got his justice from a jury in Fairfax, Virginia. We're counting on you, jury. We're counting on you, juror number 9. We're counting on you to bring justice to this man. Look at this. India, Chicago,
Wow.
Georgia, Ohio, Kansas City, Baton Rouge, the UK, Virginia, watching from Nigeria, the Netherlands, Cape Town, Canada, Lithuania, Germany. Holy cow. I mean, this is like incredible.
I noticed. I can't help but notice you didn't highlight New Jersey.
I did not. Not on purpose. It wasn't on purpose. If I missed it, I didn't see it.
Oh, you've got someone from you've got Roxanne from Paris.
Paris.
Bonjour, Roxanne, ça va?
Look at this. West Coast, Australia, Jacksonville, Florida, Switzerland. I mean, this trial, Northampton, UK, this trial is global. Skips Jersey, LOL. No, hey, I'm going to the Jersey Shore on vacation this summer, so I love Jersey. I actually haven't spent
I'm
much
headed
time
to
ever.
Jersey right now.
Oh, you
Wow.
are?
Yes, I am.
Fun. Yeah, you guys go there all the time because you're closer. New York, Massachusetts. It just keeps coming. Oklahoma, Grapevine, Texas. I missed your super chat. I'll go back. You know what, John? You need to teach me how to do this. How do I go in my in the studio
Oh,
and YouTube
gosh.
and find the super chats? How do I do that?
I just like click on them in StreamYard, so I don't know whose
Oh,
super
you
chat did you
don't.
miss.
I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't been able to figure out how to connect with any of these.
We got
people.
this one.
Vilma's I got. L. Dixon I got.
Was it Amanda? Oh, would have kept with this trial diligently. Not for
I
stream.
got Noemi. I guess I missed somebody's. Darn it. I'm
We
looking.
got Rora. Big fan. You said that one. I remember that.
Penguin. I got
Jen.
that. I'm
We got
looking.
that.
You have
Which
to
one
bear with
which
me
one did you
because
miss?
I don't know, but you have to bear with me because I'm very new at this and I'm trying to figure out as I go. And I got to
Got
tell
that.
you, that
that
YouTube is not very user friendly, and I'm gonna have to like take a class to figure out how to find my super
it gets
chats
harder when there's
when there's more
a lot
of
of
them.
comments
So
too, but we do appreciate it.
I'm
Thank you
very
guys.
sorry I missed your super chat. It's
Megan,
just
it's
hard
because
to
we're
keep up on.
boomers.
I'm not
It's
a
your
boomer.
boomer
I'm
problem.
Gen X.
I know,
Get
but
thee behind me,
it's funny to say
Satan.
it.
I reject that. I reject your characterization of me in that horrible way. I am a Gen Xer who's just bad at tech. That's just
Hey, am
all
I
have
a
to
Gen
say.
Xer being born in 71?
Yes.
Does that make me a Gen Xer?
Yes. Yes. You're not a
Yeah,
boomer.
well, we had the best childhood. We had the best 80s. The 80s were the
did.
bomb. Nobody can change my mind about that.
No, we totally did. It's true. I'm still looking for the super chats, you guys. I'm going to figure out how to do this because obviously I need to. I started a few chats that I wanted to talk about that were really good though. Shanita says, I want them as my lawyers, Johnny's lawyers, and I didn't even do anything. I love that comment. She wants to hire them, even though she doesn't need a lawyer. Mac Lowe says, one positive thing, Elaine blurred out everything Rottenborn said. Yes, as soon as she started talking, you just forgot everything that Rottenborn even said. Being on a long-running trial must suck. Have you guys ever been in a trial that went on for too long that you felt sorry for the jury?
No.
My longest trials have been without juries. So
judge trials, yeah, bench trials.
I don't get to trial very often because that's not what injury lawyers do.
You settle, yeah. Linda says, I bet they'll decide today, holiday weekend coming up. Well, if they don't, I think Stephanie has come up with a very interesting, and Sean coming up with a very interesting a wrench to throw in the mix because something crazy could happen over the weekend and get one of those jurors thrown out. So they better be very, very careful. But they can't hear me because they're not allowed to listen. So hopefully somebody is telling them you better be very careful or the whole thing will be thrown out.
Well, the judge told them every day, like every time they left the courthouse.
That doesn't mean that they're listening, and it doesn't mean that someone isn't trying to catch them doing something,
Yeah.
like somebody could take a picture of one of them in the grocery store looking at the cover of a magazine and make a federal case out of it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually shocked that they did not sequester the jury. Is that because it's not criminal?
I don't think that's a thing they actually do that much. I think that's mostly in the movies.
No, they did it in Rittenhouse.
Did they really? Were they like in a hotel or something?
Yes.
Well, maybe that's because in that case it was a murder trial.
Well,
they would also had like real threats to their lives with that one.
Right.
There was people threatening to kill jurors.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they were like protecting those jurors in blacked out buses with sheriffs going along the sides of the bus, taking them to their location and pulling people over who appeared to be following the bus. And they turned out to be NBC News executives.
Yeah, right. The press.
By the way. Absolutely terrible. All right, I've got to go over to Twitter. The Twitters. Wait, no, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go check Google again because that's always the most fun thing to do. Yeah, let's do that. Hold on. All right, let's go over to Google. Let's take a gander at what the articles that went up in the last few minutes say. Johnny Depp gets unfavorable decisions on jury instructions. Amber Heard's lawyer calls Johnny Depp monster. His accuses her of cruelty. 27 minutes ago, NBC News said Depp Heard trial live updates, closing arguments, jury deliberations begin. So it's interesting to note that some of the bigger networks like NBC have been really careful about being very neutral in their headlines, whereas articles like People have not. I don't care about being neutral in my headlines because everybody knows where I stand. So I one of my favorite headlines that I wrote was, here are the 6 things I need to see before I believe Amber Heard is not a lying psycho. Amber Heard reacts to Kate Moss testimony. Okay, we already saw that one. Take a bow. Kate Moss outfit sends subversive message at Depp libel trial. Well, now you've caught my attention,
What's
Guardian.
the outfit here? Let's
I
click on
don't
this.
know. I don't know, but
That's it?
The model's pussy bow and jacket ensemble at Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial was the fashion moment of the week. This week's most anticipated fashion moment was not Brooklyn Beckham's wedding finally appearing in Vogue, nor the latest red carpet look at the Cannes Film Festival, blah, blah, blah. For her 3 minutes on the witness stand, blah, 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 who cares? Oh, there's always been something subtly subversive about the pussy bow. Historically, it's associated with women who are starting to invade male spaces, the golf course, the workplace, and challenge traditional dress codes. What, a bow at the neck?
Huh?
Really?
I remember this. There was remember there was some talk about this when Melania Trump wore a blouse like that somewhere.
That's
at
right.
a debate or something.
Why do they talk? What I've always thought it was very feminine. I've always thought
I think it's a beautiful blouse. What
I
are
have
they
a
talking
blouse
about?
like that. I find it
I do
very
too, and I
feminine, and
love
I'm
it.
not trying to send any signals by wearing it.
Is it really called a pussy bow?
Yeah, that's what
Yes,
it's
which
called.
is bizarre.
I don't know why.
And it's in the back?
No, it's in the front. Here, see, look at
Or
her blouse.
typically it's in the front or tied
See?
on the side, up close to the neck.
It's right here. It's hard to see in this picture.
Oh.
But there's a bow here. It's a really bad view. You can't.
That doesn't
It's
make
not.
I
It's not
actually
tied
thought-
all the way.
No, and I thought Kate's outfit was really subdued.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and not
They're just
sending any
looking for
message at all. She
The
just
Daily
looked super
Beast. Look at
professional.
this. The Daily Beast. Johnny Depp attorneys throw kitchen sink at Amber Heard in closing argument.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure
Well,
what that means.
No, I think
you can write a counter article now. Amber Heard throws the microwave at Johnny Depp.
Everything plus the microwave. Camille Vasquez tells Amber Heard to stop talking to jury. Finally.
Yes.
Did she? When did she do that?
She did
I
when
don't
she
know.
was talking over the questioning and while waiting for the judge to rule on objections. She kept on talking. She was trying
That's
to do a
right.
filibuster.
Right. She also said to her, over here, Miss Heard, I'm over here. Answer my questions, I believe. She was, let's get back to my questions. I loved it when she would say that to her. The only person who could get tough with Amber is Camille. No doubt is another woman. I'm checking Rekida's Twitter just to see if there's anything new. No, nothing new at the moment. So I think what I'm going to do now is, because it's after school time, kids are getting home, I need to get to momming stuff. I think we're going to end the stream. And, oh, here, wait, do we have... Yeah, we're going to end the stream. And what I'm going to do is, should there be something that occurs, I'll fire it back up again. Okay, so if the jury does come back, I'll be back in here. I'll send you guys new links if you have time, and we will come back. But in the meantime, everybody probably has a load of laundry they need to get done or some dishes. So go do that and get off of YouTube for a while. Thank you, John, for doing this stream for me today. I really appreciate it. You are a champ that you stepped in. And thanks, Stephanie and Sean, for being here too. I really appreciate it. And don't forget, everybody, clickety-click. Go on over to pjmedia.com, read all my stuff on this trial, and share it with all of your friends, because there's nothing out there like what I've been writing. There's just nothing out there like it. So clickety-click, help me out, and we'll see you guys soon, because as soon as we hear anything, we will be back here. And I might come back later tonight and do a wrap up.
Are you just gonna let it go dead?
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, because, and I'll start a new one. If something happens, I'll send you a new link. Okay. Don't forget to like and subscribe. John's YouTube. Go check out Sean's website, which is, again, say it again, Sean.
Unethicalkarma.com.
Thank you. And like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. And if you're on Facebook, make sure that you follow so that you get notifications. All right, everybody, take care.
Wait. Stop.
Yes.
Ellie Fat just posted and said, Law and Crime is saying there was a rush of police into the courthouse just now.
A rush of
What?
police. All right, I guess we're not going anywhere. Hold on. Dang it, you
still have
guys.
a motion to ride.
Breaking news, everybody. What's going on?
Hold on, we're gonna find out.
They've got it earlier today on Law and Crime, from what I see.
Law and Crime does not have. They're still doing a
Yeah, I
live
don't see that.
stream, but there's nothing going on.
It's old stuff. They're replaying.
There it is. Wait, what's this?
I'm checking Twitter.
I'm not seeing anything on YouTube. Yeah, look for. All right, hold on, guys. We'll figure it out.
The Umbrella Guy, his last post. The
Yeah,
Umbrella Man.
Mr. Umbrella
Mr.
Man.
Umbrella Man says 45 minutes ago was his last post. He said, since Amber Heard's team brought me up multiple times, the jurors should get to see my Twitter. Then again, if they could, Amber Heard would lose because I'd prove this case 100%. Thank you, Umbrella Man. Yes. Let's see. Rebecca Jane, who is Lady Detectives on Twitter, and she says 2 police officers speed up to the courthouse, dismount, and go inside. Are the jury kicking off already? Question mark.
That couldn't
Somebody else says 2 police on motorcycles rushed into the courthouse moments ago. No news as to why. And that is all I see on.
All right, hold on.
So
Fairfax. I'm gonna Virginia Courthouse. Let me try that. Maybe Google has something. The local news should be on that right. Fairfax. When was this? March 8th. That's not today. News. Going to news. Yeah, so far nothing. I got nothing on this, guys. And we don't have any cameras live outside the courthouse either. You know what? Let's check Sky News. Sky News has got cameras outside the courtroom, and I think they're always on. Hold on, checking that. News now at 10. All right, hold on. We're trying to find it. Looks like they have taken down their live feed.
all right. So Law and Crime has some footage they're showing of Johnny Depp getting into a big SUV, waving and leaving. So
Yeah, I see that. That was from earlier today.
that was from earlier, though.
Yeah. They're not talking about anything
I don't
except
see
wrapping
anything.
up. I'm not seeing anything, you guys. It could be rumors. There's nothing on Google, nothing on YouTube, nothing on the live streams, nothing on Twitter. So I'm thinking it's probably. Where did you see it? Did you see it somewhere? They're just trying to keep me from killing the stream, aren't you?
Okay, so I have an update. Supposedly, the police rushed in for a different issue unrelated to the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. There are different cases or things going on in the courthouse also, so it was not related to this court
Interesting.
case.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Hopefully, everybody's okay. Asquani, did I mention your super sticker? I just saw it up here. Thank you for the super sticker, Asquani. Runkle. Maybe we should go over and see if those guys are live streaming right now. Hold on. Let's see if Runkle is live streaming. Maybe we can, because he's there. Let's see if he's got a live going. I'll pop onto his live real quick. I'll share it with you guys. Let's see. No, I don't. He's not. So he's not talking now.
I think it's wrapped up.
Yeah, I do too. And I think it's going to be a while, and everybody has laundry to do. So don't worry. If anything big happens, I'll be back. I will fire it back up again. Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for your support. Don't forget, clickety-click, go over to PJ Media and clickety-click. Let's get that trending again. You guys did so well for me the other day, but right now it's only at number 2, and I'm just not happy being number 2.
She's got to be number 1, guys. This is for Megan. Do it for her.
All right, guys. Good night for now. Maybe we'll be back, and go get your laundry done. Bye, everybody.
I'm going to be sitting here writing my motions, so you can leave the chat up if you want. I don't care.
I think it stays there pretty much, but I'm going to kill the stream. But the chat will still be there anyway, I think. But I'll come back. All right, everybody. Take care. Oh, you know what? I'll play you a song on the way out. How about that? Because we always do. And Camille deserved it. And so we're going to play it again. And go make sure you subscribe to Gadfly because he's really stinking awesome. We love him. And he's so creative. And he's given us so much laughter and so much fun throughout this trial. We couldn't have done it without him. We couldn't have gotten this far without him. I'm telling you, we would have all been going to therapy without Gadfly and his wonderful songs. All right, everybody, good night. And remember, Camille is the best.
I fell in love last night. I saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in his sides that was spewing lies. But don't look at his sides. I know that this is the end. You know the money ran out, so did all the friends, and right down when you're lying on the stand, legend not the same, you understand. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what do you give me? You just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well think of what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we you guys slip fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl